Good evening and welcome. The Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of May 7th, 2024 is now called to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Rennie? Not here yet. Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Isto?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Here.
Mayor Badami?
Here. At this time, we are going to move to our Pledge of Allegiance, and I am delighted to be introducing our pledge leader tonight, Grace Krasnowitz. Please come on up and join me. And before we get started, I want to tell you a little bit about Grace. She's a freshman at Los Gatos High School. Come on over here. Her favorite subjects are English, engineering design, speech and debate, biology with honors, track and field with the high jump. Her favorite activities are reading, hiking, baking, volleyball, and playing the harp. She's very involved with community service and charity work. She's a member of the Los Gatos Interact Club, the Giving Tree, and Water for Life, having raised money to build wells all over Africa. So thank you for joining us. I'm going to hand over the microphone, and you can lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if we can have a round of applause for our pledge leader. And Grace, don't go away. Grace, calling Grace. Come, you can't get away this quick. We'd all like to shake your hand, starting with the Vice Mayor. This way? You want to get away. You can shake my hand. Councilmember Moore. Councilmember Ristow. And we have a small gift for you as you leave. Thank you so much. One more round of applause for Grace. Okay, at this time, we have presentations on our agenda. And typically with the presentation, I would join the honoree at the floor with a proclamation. But for now, tonight, we'll have to make do with a shout out. And I'm going to acknowledge Municipal Clerks Week, Public Works Week, and National Police Week. The town appreciates our staff more than you would ever know. The council appreciates our staff. They have our backs. And to allow for the special recognition that they so deserve, belated presentations will follow at a future meeting. We'll move on to our consent items, and this is a time where consent items are considered routine town business and may be approved by a single motion. At this time, a council member can request to have an item polled or comment on the item. I see no hands up. Public can also comment on the item. Are there any hands or anybody would like to speak to us on the consent item? Any hands on Zoom? Seeing none, I'm going to go back to council and look for a motion. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I move to approve the consent items 1 through 12.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
Okay. If we could have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Isto?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye. Just a quick question. Since we don't have Councilmember Rennie with us tonight, and he's not remote, do we need to do roll call votes going forward?
Mr. Rennie is trying to connect to Zoom, so he will be joining us as soon as he can.
Okay, great. Thank you. At this time, we'll move to verbal communications. I have 2 cards without an agenda item referenced, so I'm going to call Tom Sandoval. And if you could state your name and keep in mind that you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Tom Sandoval. I'm on the board of directors of the Bellwood of Los Gatos Homeowners Association. The Bellwood of Los Gatos Homes Association is a community of homeowners located on the far east side of town. We're bordered by Blossom Hill Road, Gatos Park on the south, Harwood Road to the east, and West Hill Drive to the west. We're a community of over 1,000 voters who have built a thriving community over the past 60 years. On September 30th, 2023, the neighborhood monument at the entrance of Blossom Hill Road and Bellwood Gateway was irreparably damaged after a vehicle ran headlong into it, knocking it off its foundation. The driver fled the scene, and it was reported that the truck had been stolen. The Bellwood Homeowners Association Board of Directors has been working with the town to determine the best way to proceed. Ownership of the monument has been our biggest question, as the monument sits on public land in the middle of a public road that enters our community. We have always believed that the monument was the property of the town, with good reason. The median strip and the trees are serviced by town vehicles, and the irrigation lines are supplied by town water. It came as a complete surprise to us that the Los Gatos Department of Parks and Public Works did not have a record of the monument, and more surprisingly, did not have a record of the median strip where the monument now has lived for decades, despite being supported by town resources. The town department has the expectation that the Bellwood HOA is responsible for all costs to rebuild the monument, which includes build costs in addition to associated fees, permits, and vendor expenses, all without proof of ownership. We feel it is an unreasonable assumption to believe that this is solely a Bellwood community expense. The town is making this assumption without any prior knowledge of the existence of either the monument or the median. The Bellwood Monument has been a long-standing fixture, serving as a welcome sign to all those who enter the Bellwood neighborhood, and is a cherished and valued asset of the community. We feel that it is unreasonable for the community to bear the entire cost of this project to rebuild something that has been perceived to be part of the town infrastructure for decades. It's difficult to avoid the comparison that if this were to happen in the town center, this matter would be resolved more quickly and facilitated through the town bureaucracy, as well as supported in terms of the reconstruction of the landmark. To lose this monument to bureaucracy and apathy is losing a part of the charm of the neighborhood and ultimately the town. Our request of the town is to partner with the Bellwood community to quickly rebuild, waiving all associated fees and helping to cover the cost of this public monument. Together, we can demonstrate that we are both committed to this idea by investing in our community on the east side of Los Gatos. I've provided you all with this handout. If you could please consider this.
We have your handout. Thank you. Any questions, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, and thanks for bringing this to our attention. I was not aware of this. So do you have any idea of what the costs are, either on the permit side or on the rebuilding side?
There's a permit at least that we know of that's at least $400. The cost to rebuild is about $10,000.
And rebuilding is the only option there?
It's completely destroyed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? See none. Thank you, Mr. Sandoval.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the partnership. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I believe we have Councilmember Rennie. All right, let the record reflect that Councilmember Rennie has now joined the meeting. Welcome, Councilmember Rennie. All right, our next speaker is Tevis Ignacio.
Hi, my name is Tevis Ignacio. I've coming here to, I'm not the best public speaker, so please, I get nervous. Bring up the World Cup. 30 years ago, in '94, the Brazilian national team called this place home, and I don't think it's on anybody's, your list, because I saw the 5-year plan, and I just want to bring it up. I have played sports and grew up in the area, so I coached high schools, the Santa Clara High School varsity soccer, and I think you'll, as a player, people get superstitious, and the Brazilian national team won the World Cup, and if you guys play out right, I think there'll be national teams that don't want to come here and call this place your own thing. And I'm not sure if you were aware that there's, the USA, Canada, and Mexico are doing the World Cup for the first time. There's a lot of history there. I think that I personally think you'll be underprepared for no matter what. If you do nothing, you'll be underprepared for what's could happen, and I can foresee it. I'm just bringing it to your attention. So, yeah, if there's any questions, I'm a little nervous.
All right, we do have questions. Councilmember Istow.
Thank you, Mr. Ignacio. I mean, I've been talking to the chamber and other groups about the World Cup in 2026, and I remember when the Brazilians were here, and one of the things I'm hoping is that there's a community member who can connect with the team and convince them to stay in Los Gatos so all their fans stay here when we fill up the hotels.
You'll fight for, because of the superstition and the Brazilian team won it, you can easily push that idea if you do it right. And as somebody with some soccer experience and way back when, I played with some good players back then, and Brazil practiced at Santa Clara University. Somebody that I played with, Jerry Smith, coaches the women's team, and so I know a little bit about this, people in soccer way back when, and even Mark Langston. I played with Mark Langston. He was a soccer player. He went on to play professional baseball. He would help you out if asked. Okay. He's just that type of guy.
Thank you. We'll be looking for those connections. Okay. It would be great to repeat that. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Nobody else. Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Joe Enns.
And I wrote something out so I don't have to sit here and babble and think about what I want to say. I'll just read what I got. So my name's Joe Enns. I'm Friends of the Los Gatos Creek, a community organizer. Originally worked with ex-mayor and former EPA career person Rico for Los Gatos, SIOC. Ex-mayor Mike Wasserman supports me. The Main Street Bridge is what I'm concerned about, and cleaning up the e-waste, petroleum distillates, and other teratogens, some carcinogenic. The tunnel was occupied by violent meth heads and heroin users, as you heard last time up here about the heroin thing. Thank you, Andrew Medina Flores. I pay more to my competence and performance than Officer Ong, unable to put these guys against me. Sorry. I needed to say that. Cameron, Mason's brother. I don't want to use the word junkie. But, he's working for me now, too. Okay, here we go. My friend, Noelia, down at IMEC Village, was terrorized by Tony Wright, Drew Flores, Zach Calderon, along to watch Peter Perb, Tony Wright, human sexual trafficker of underage girls from Stockton. Noelia Rodriguez, good friend, secret black op co-worker. Property manager Erica Jones, John Stewart Company. I secretly worked for him. Noelia Home First, head of security, and I didn't write very clearly here. Secret drug snitch for the sheriff's department. Me, security analyst, risk manager, joined Noelia snitching after fentanyl crisis. Noelia's bisexual boyfriend in secret jail cell built in room 621 above me. This guy, Rodrigo Zuniga, attacked me with a knife. I fled. Noelia became my fiance legally. It's true, as much as that's hard to believe. And IMEC Village is a Laurie Smith prison alternative, and now it's told as departments. And I'm not even allowed in the DA's office. I get chased out because the county, Jeff Rosen's supposed to be watching this stuff. They're all covering each other, and that's just BS. So I think I'm done in a few seconds. I want to thank Detective Riley Brazil at the church. He interviewed everybody. Oh, Chantel Wright, Tony's mother, attacked me with a machete on my birthday, May 5th. Bunch of crimes, and we don't think the DA's going to prosecute this. No, it's going to get prosecuted. And we have an inclusive form of government. I included myself in the police department. And I'm going to be swearing in, hopefully, after I get all this cleared up with DART. And, I don't think Jamie would swear me in with all this stuff going on. I've got 8 seconds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eng. Eng, my apologies. Our next speaker is Ron Meyer.
The topic of my discussion tonight is arrogance, ignorance, and incompetence. And I'm directing these comments specifically to Mr. Moore, Ms. Ristow, and Mr. Rennie. And this has to do with SB 9, defeat by Redondo Beach. And let me read the statement from the mayor of Huntington Beach to inform you folks that all your previous statements about the constitutionality of SB 9 and the housing element and the housing board in general have now been challenged and defeated. On behalf of the city of Huntington Beach, I want to congratulate the city of Redondo Beach for winning its court case against the state of California, challenging the constitutionality of SB 9. Passed into law in 2021, SB 9 is a state-mandated lot splitting scheme that seeks to densify our precious neighborhoods, sidestepping our regular single-family zoning, which protects the health and safety of the communities we live in. I applaud Redondo Beach for having the courage to stand up to Sacramento's overreach on housing. Redondo Beach is an example of other cities that the fight is worth having and we can win. Subsequent to that, the court case against the state of Huntington Beach will be aggressively pursued because now the precedent has been set. City Attorney Michael Gates also congratulated the city of Redondo Beach. This is a great win for charter cities and local control of the court's decision. It cited the very same authorities that the city of Huntington Beach is relying on in our legal challenges over the home rule doctrine with the state. Article 11, Section 5 of the California Constitution, the court held today that SB 9 is neither reasonably related to ensuring access to affordable housing nor narrowly tailored to avoid unnecessary interference in local governments. SB 9 is therefore unconstitutional. I suggest you all get a copy of the California Constitution and the federal Constitution and read it. You both are ignorant associated with the constitutionality of SB 9, as I had stated almost a year ago at a town council meeting where you all arrogantly kind of laughed at me. So who's laughing now? It's me. SB 9 is therefore unconstitutional as violative of the Home Rule doctrine. SB 9 is therefore invalid as unconstitutional. So this goes to arrogance, ignorance, and the fact that we have 3 council members and previous mayors who didn't do a damn thing about challenging the state. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Ristow, Mr. Meyer, come back.
Oh, no, sorry, not for the speaker. For the town attorney, could you please clarify the portion of that?
Yes, the speaker was referring to a lawsuit that was brought by 5 charter cities in Southern California, and it was a trial court decision, and it was based on the fact that SB 9 violated the charter cities' home rule provisions. The decision is not applicable to general law cities such as the town of Los Gatos, but I will continue to monitor the litigation and keep the town council apprised.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lee Fago.
Thank you. I'd like to shift gears here from onto a somewhat related topic. This town council, all of you, 5 of you, have a unique opportunity to bring together several agencies, Santa Clara Fire, Los Gatos Saratoga High School District, and the town itself, to leverage town resources to best bring broad citizen concerns for traffic, safety, and the well-being of our high school students and adjacent neighborhoods by taking leadership role for guidance of the site adjacent to our high school, the Los Gatos Lodge, that is going to be developed by Summerhill Homes, one of our long-time investors and property developers in our town. This provides the council a tremendous chance for you to demonstrate leadership on these critical quality of life issues in town. A northern bike and pedestrian access to the campus rather than riding on streets and sidewalks into Main Street. Currently, autos block Main Street for such lengthy times twice daily that we have a real safety issue. Further, both the school and the new development need a separate emergency access point between them, so their new residents at the Summerhill site are not blocked with only one access point onto State Route 9. And emergency access for the school is available to the north and not just back onto Main Street. A separate fenced bike and pedestrian path can be built on either east or west side of the Los Gatos Lodge development. Exercise leadership on this challenge by bringing these different agencies together so the developer can incorporate these safety measures now while design elements are underway. The school district, the developer, and the town can work through this in a very positive manner, but so far have not yet. I know there's been some discussion, but we need to progress further and to bring in some citizens to help. Citizens cannot represent the town, the district, or the fire, or any other agency, but just as another resource to help with the discussion and to bring all of this together. Provide your leadership on this challenge, as it will serve our townsfolk for a long time to come. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's our last speaker card. I do have a quick question for staff. And what can leadership do to require safety measures at the Los Gatos Lodge site with the current application? I have one for you. Thank you.
Thanks again, Mayor. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So our application process, we have been working with fire and the applicant. We have Senior Planner Sean Mullen, who's handling this project. As was mentioned by Mr. Fagot, there is a proposed bike ped connection on the west side. And then there's, as I recall, there's an easement that will have a gate that will go across the high school property for secondary egress for the Los Gatos Lodge redevelopment and vice versa for high school should that be necessary.
Thank you. All right, we are moving on
We do have two speakers with their hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, next speaker.
Aubrey?
Hello, I'm Aubrey Mastrangelo. I'm the Behavioral Health Division Director at Bill Wilson Center. You are probably familiar with us as a provider of housing, counseling, and advocacy for youth, young adults, individuals, and families throughout Santa Clara County since 1973. I'm just really here to highlight that May is National Mental Health Awareness Month. This day has been recognized since 1949. With really the goal of eradicating stigma related to mental health, raising awareness, and celebrating recovery from mental health issues. It's important that we talk openly about mental health to reduce misconceptions and encouraging those who are suffering to seek help and find a support network. This is an opportunity to celebrate the tremendous strides our country and our county has made in promoting mental health and increasing the public's knowledge that effective services and supports are available. In particular, I'd like to highlight there's behavioral health navigator services at Los Gatos Library, I believe twice a month, where folks can get direct help connecting to mental health services. And I've noticed there's also some other workshops there related to mental health. If someone you know in the county is in need of emotional support or help, please encourage them to seek treatment. The easiest way to remember is have them call 988, whether it's a crisis or they're just looking for a referral, because prevention works and treatment is effective and people can recover and live full and productive lives. So just, please continue to share the word and highlight these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Aubrey. Our next speaker.
Harani?
Welcome.
Hi. I strongly support and express my gratitude to the efforts of Council members Renee, Moore, Risto, and all the others on the Council who developed the SB9 ordinance and largely complying the state's SB9 law. Recent ruling does not apply to the general law cities. The entire ruling is based on home rule doctrine adopted by the charter cities to have the local control on their housing and all the other municipal aspects of the housing. The judge specifically called out. I read the entire ruling, and the entire ruling is based on that home rule doctrine. So it's not applicable to the Los Gatos, and please note that SB9 process is a voluntary, and the town is not forcing any homeowner to split their lot or add additional units. I urge the town council and staff to streamline the process and help in solving the housing crisis in the state. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other hands on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
All right, would anybody like to come forward and speak with us tonight on an item not on the agenda? Seeing nobody come forward, I am going to close verbal communications and move to other business, which our first item is number 13, to review polling results of a 1/8 cent sales tax measure for the November 24th ballot. Welcome, Ms. Nomura.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. As was mentioned, this will be about reviewing those polling results. On February 20th, Council directed staff to proceed with polling to explore a 1/8 cent sales tax. And we have on the line Jean Bregman of Jean Bregman and Associates and Rochelle Lewis, Senior Engagement Consultant with NBS, to give that presentation. And tonight it'll be a discussion of whether or not Council would like to proceed with phase 2 of the agreement with NBS to continue on in this work. So I'll hand it off to Jean Bregman. Thank you.
Welcome, Jean.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you all. Nice to be back again and see you all. And what we're going to do today is go over sort of the highlights from the survey that we conducted in the town of Los Gatos. We interviewed during the period March 24th to 27th, completed 200 interviews with people who, based on their voting history, could be described as likely voters in the November election. The interviews were conducted both by telephone, about 43% were done that way, and 57% were done online, either from email or text contacts. And the margin of error ranges, depending on the response level to the question, anywhere from plus or minus 4.2% to plus minus 6.9%. So, okay, so that's the basic nuts and bolts of the survey. Let's just start from the top. The very first question we asked, it was how people would rate Los Gatos as a place to live. Is it an excellent, good, only fair, or poor place to live? That little asterisk, little star next to poor means less than 0.5%. 92% of the people in our survey like where they live. Not a surprise to me, knowing your town, but it's still always nice to see. There's not really much more to say about it, except that confirms what I'm sure all of you on the council feel about your hometown. All right, chart 2. Now, we asked specifically about various about, first of all, town government overall, and then 4 specific departments, and ask people how you would rate the job that each one of those is doing. Town government overall gets a very positive 67% excellent good rating. Any government agency to get that kind of rating is doing very nicely. Public Works gets 77%, police 79. I mean, you expect police and to get a high rating, and this is even on the high end of what you would expect. Community Development Department is lower, but mostly because most people don't have an opinion. The plurality, not 39%, have no opinion on Community Development Department. It's not like a lot of people don't like it. There are only 8% with a poor rating. And the last one's the Library Department with 81% excellent or good rating. Again, people tend to like their libraries in most communities. It's pretty rare otherwise. Generally speaking, that the Community Development Department is the only one where there's some slight differences, and it's mostly in that people who've lived here longer are more likely to have a good positive opinion of it. Okay. Chart 3. Let me just back up to one other thing on that last series of questions. When we were assessing how ready a community is to support some sort of measure that might increase their taxes, even if it's from a low to a high level, the first thing you look at is, do they think that the city is doing or town is doing a good job with the money they already have? Because if they are willing, if they think that the money is being spent well, then they'll be willing to increase their taxes to continue that good work. And here we have that criterion is met as we see that the excellent good job ratings for the government overall and for most of the departments are quite high. Now, chart 3, the second thing that we look at in assessing how ready a community is to support some sort of ballot measure is how much need people think there is for the money. And first we asked in general, is there a great need, some need, little need, or no need for the money? 43% think there's at least some need for more money for the town of Los Gatos. Specifically, these go up a little bit, most highly for maintaining adequate wildfire management services, where 61% think there's some need for that. And then for maintaining adequate police services in general, the majority at 52%, and then at 46% is maintaining adequate 911 emergency services. But again, even on these other 3, or actually on all 4, the no need level is not particularly high. 17, 5, 10, and 13% is not a strong statement of opposition to thinking that there's no need for more money for any of these public services. Generally speaking, the need is more likely to be seen by people who, when we ask them later on to vote on a possible ballot measure, will vote yes. People over 50 are a little bit higher on the police services, the last one, than are younger people. All right. Chart 4, we wanted to get a general picture of what are the most serious issues or problems facing people who live in Los Gatos. The highest one, as you might expect, is the high cost of living. 60% has said this is a very serious issue. The choices were very serious, somewhat serious, not too serious, or not at all serious. Then right below that, or in the second place, were traffic congestion and need for more affordable housing. in the 40s, saying those are very serious, and the need for more programs to protect against wildfires at 31%. All of those actually, if you combine the very and somewhat serious, are at 2/3 of the voters or higher. So there's a definite belief that several of these problems are serious, at least to some extent, and in some cases to quite a large extent in the town. Generally speaking, people who end up voting yes on a ballot measure when they asked about it tend to see many of these issues as more serious problems, and Republicans tend to see some of these as lower in general. Not all, but some. All right, next, chart 5. We wanted to make sure that people remembered that there have been recent ballot measures enacted by voters that have already raised taxes in elections that were not terribly long ago. And so we first asked if they remember the increase in the sales tax that was approved in 2018, and we see 39% of the voters remembered that. Then we asked, do you remember the 2022 election, which raised some business licenses and taxes, 42%. Remember, these are likely voters who remembered that. And then that bottom circle, or pie, if you will, has sort of a combined summary of how much people remember. Only 28% remember both of them, while 48% remember neither one. This is not unusual. This is not surprising. But it's something that's important to measure so we know where people stand. Also, it's important to make sure that we remind people about this, because if we're going to be asking them to vote on a possible ballot measure coming up this November or any time in the near future, that they remember about these elections that have happened. Let's see, the more people remember this, as you would expect, among homeowners than renters, and among people who have lived in the area longer than those who lived for less time. Not a surprise. Okay. Chart 6, we've immediately after, and we'll get to the results of the question I'm about to talk about, immediately after having people give us a first vote on a possible 1/8 cent sales tax measure for Los Gatos, we asked them, okay, here are various problems that could be addressed by the sales tax. And is each one of these a very important problem, somewhat important, not too important, or not at all an important problem in the town of Los Gatos? And this chart just shows the top score, the top box, the very important number. And we start with, not a surprise, improving traffic flow at 64%, saying that that's a very important problem. I know other research that you have done over the last decade, whether it's voters or just residents, essentially has shown that, so this shouldn't surprise anyone. The next 3 particularly high are maintaining police staffing, so there's no reduction in police patrols throughout the town, nor for the time it takes for police to respond to 911 calls. Implementing our tree trimming programs that protect against damage caused by falling trees during wind and rainstorms like those we had earlier this year, and improving vegetation management and other programs that help reduce the risk of wildfires in our open spaces and areas along roads. It wasn't too many years ago that questions about wildfires did not get this kind of response, but the world has changed, at least the California world has changed over the last few years. And so we have half or nearly half of the voters saying these are very important problems that be addressed by the sales tax. Even the ones that are not as salient to so many voters get reasonably high responses. In fact, the highest level of negative, in other words, of people saying that this is not at all or not too important a problem, never passes 26%. And that's for the lowest one. So there are always more people saying these are at least somewhat important than saying that they're not important at all. All right. Okay. Next chart 7. We asked, and we wrote, I want to mention one thing. In all these questions where there were lists of statements or lists of ratings, the order in which they were asked was randomized. So there was no order bias. So one person may have heard what we have labeled here, say as A as the first one. Somebody may else have heard H as the first one and C as second and I as third. That way we take out any possibility of order bias influencing the results of the survey. In this chart, we ask people to rate statements that could be made by those who are in favor of this 1/8 cent sales tax measure. And I did want to point out one thing about, there are many ways to ask this kind of question. In a more advocative, that's a word, way of presenting the question, you would ask people, does this make you more likely to support the measure? But we wanted to stay away from that. We wanted to keep both positive and negative statements on a slightly more neutral level. And so we just generally ask them, are these very believable, somewhat believable, or not too believable a statement? If you heard it from people who, in this case, in these 9 statements in favor of the sales tax measure. The numbers you see in front of you are the combined very and somewhat believable percentages. All of them, in this case, are a majority of the voters, led by 5 of them, all those in green. Additional money will help the town update and modernize police and emergency response services and equipment. The more general additional money would increase safety and security. An independent audit will make sure the money is spent properly. Additional money will help police be able to respond quickly in emergencies, and all the money raised by this measure will be used here in a local community and cannot be touched by the state. And that's always among our highest, no matter what the issue is, no matter what the venue is. That is always extremely important, that the money is paid by the local folks and it's used by their local community. And it makes people much more likely and much more apt to support something that that is going to benefit their local community, and they know all of the money is going to benefit their local community. One thing that maybe to take notice of is for those people who in the early, we end up asking, and you'll see this in just a minute, 3 different times to vote on a possible sales tax measure. Early on, after they hear positive statements, and after they hear negative statements. And the people who start out not voting yes, but in either of the later 2 statements change to become yes voters, 3 items stood out among this group of people. Item A, all the measure will be used here in our local, all the money from the measure will be used here in our local community and cannot be touched by the state. Item G, which is the top one, additional money will help update and modernize police and emergency response services and equipment. And item F If measure is not passed, there's a good chance that another agency in Santa Clara County may enact a sales tax increase instead, placing the Los Gatos tax rate at the maximum allowed by state law. This would mean that Los Gatos residents will pay an increased tax, but get very little benefit from it because the money will be controlled by that agency. And while that was overall 56%, but the people who changed their vote become more favorable as they went through the interview, that's one of the three most important of these 9 statements. And next chart 8, are 4 statements in opposition to the sales tax. Again, we asked how believable are these? The same scale, very somewhat or not too believable, and these again I'll be combined, very believable. And people react positively to the negative statements, if that makes sort of sense. Voters have approved tax increases in 2018 and 2022. Enough is enough. Taxes are already too high. If the town learned to live within its means, we would not need to pay more taxes. So the real general anti-tax statement. We cannot trust the town to keep its promise to use the money properly unless the tax measure specifically says how the money must be used. That's the argument for making it a specific tax rather than a general tax. Those are all 3 at 66, 71, and 72% in reverse order. In both these cases, in the positive statements, the Democrats reacted more positively and the Republicans less so. On this one, chart 8, the opposition statements, Republicans were more positive and Democrats were less so. This is not a surprise to anyone. And then chart 9 now summarizes the 3 times we asked people to vote. The first time was early on, and it was early right after we had asked about the general problems facing the town of Los Gatos. And we read them a statement similar to what they might see when they got their ballot in the mail and went to fill it out. And we used as a basis for it some of the same things that had been used when the previous 1/8 cent sales tax was passed. And it starts out with a 65% yes vote. Now remember that green line going across, that still indicates where you have to be successful should you decide to put something on the ballot. 65% that were said yes. The second vote, which is after some of the positive stuff, but also after they were reminded about the 2 recent tax increases that the voters approved in 2018 and 2022, did drop, although still well above where they needed to be, where you need to be successful at 57%. And then not really a change, but after the negative statements, it was at 58%. So after sort of simulating a little bit of what a campaign might show you, we're at a 57, 58% level of yes votes. Around a third were pretty solidly against it, and the rest are kind of up for grabs. It doesn't mean that this is a slam dunk by any means, but it is it's hopeful. And chart 10 really just summarizes our main conclusions from this survey. Let me go back to one other thing on the chart 9, that the people who are more supportive throughout on the votes are renters rather than owners, Democrats are the Republicans, with independents sort of in the middle, and younger men, particularly, even more so than the younger women, are more supportive. And that's on all these votes. Okay, and chart 10, our overall conclusions. 1, Los Gatos residents are very positive towards their town, local government, and departments within local government. 2, Maintaining public safety, police services, and wildfire prevention and traffic congestion are of paramount importance to voters. 3, majority of voters are supportive of a 1/8 cent sales tax increase for the town. 4, if the town captures the remaining 1/8% of sales tax capacity available to Los Gatos, 100% of the funds would remain in Los Gatos. And 5, not claiming the remaining sales tax capacity means a county agency could capture the 1/8% and raise sales tax to Los Gatos with potentially minimal benefit to the town. I could take questions now, or perhaps I think that we might want Rochelle Lewis from NBS to sort of give you an overview of what you're thinking about in possible next steps should you decide that you want to continue with this effort. So I think I shall turn it over to Rochelle for now, and then we'll get to questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, we could do that. I'm sorry?
I'll be very brief.
Okay.
Thank you for that slide. So in addition to the very insightful polling data, which was some encouraging news, the town does have a brief window of time to do some additional outreach and public information before making a decision on whether or not to proceed for November. The very last date by which the council would have to consolidate with the county for a November election would be August 9th. I know you guys are not meeting in July, so this is a timeline for potential outreach that over the next few weeks to allow you to reach out to some key stakeholders with some informational materials. We have a draft one-pager with messaging that is based on our research with in coordination with your staff on some of the key issues that we talked about in the polling as well. Q&A and some website content would be developed. And we would recommend some outreach to some of your key stakeholders, like could include the Chamber of Commerce, certainly the Finance Commission members, could be service clubs. We would work with your staff to determine who are the folks that make sense to reach out to in that window of time, and to send an informational, non-advocacy, just informational mailer to all residents, letting them know what the budget situation is and that the council is considering a potential measure to bring additional revenue through a 1/8 cent sales tax into the town for November, giving them an opportunity to invite them to ask questions and provide input as well. Then we would encapsulate all of that information, whatever we've learned from that effort, to a report to council and make a final recommendation on whether or not we think it makes sense to proceed with the ballot measure, along with what the proposed ballot language might be for the council to consider in that timeline, allowing you still to have that option for November ballot. And with that, I open it up for questions for Jean and any from me. Oh, one thing I did want to add, you may recall in one of Jean's slides where there was a series of pie charts asking about folks' awareness about whether or not there is a need, or their opinion about whether or not there is a need for additional funding for a variety of departments. and one of them, you saw there was a slice of the pie where people said no opinion. That often means, and Jean can weigh in here, that they just don't know. They don't want to offer an opinion because they just don't know, do those departments need additional funding? So that's been our experience often. And that would be, this window of time would be an opportunity to share information about needs that departments have, or about priorities that residents have expressed, that existing funding and projected existing funding is not necessarily going to capture, that additional funding might help to do. So, so I just wanted to make that point. And with that, I'll turn it over to conclude our presentation and open it up for questions to both Jean and me.
Okay, so thank you for the presentation. I'm going to start off with a question, then I'm going to go to Councilmember Rennie, and then I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor. So hopefully mine will be easy. How was this considered a scientific study, and how were the 200 voters selected for the poll?
Okay, we started out with the list of registered voters, and we pared that down to people who, based on their voting history, we know are likely to actually go to the polls and vote. And then they were randomly selected and contacted to take part. And if they were willing to do so, they either answered the telephone contact or responded to a text or email. Standard polling technique that everybody in this industry has been using for a very long time.
Okay, so that's explains the scientific part, or that's just how they were selected? That's scientific?
No, that's pretty much the scientific part of it.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jean, for the presentation. There was lots of interesting information in there. The one thing I did want to get clarification, early on you had a slide that talked about, I don't know, I guess it was concerns by the people of Los Gatos, and I think the top was cost of living, and I'm thinking through myself, what can the town do? And no big ahas came out on that one, but the one that surprised me that was kind of high was that you had 42% for affordable housing. But the problem is, when I hear affordable housing, that means to me people want income restricted, more income restricted housing available. But depending on how you ask the question, people may just be thinking, well, you know, they want somebody with a moderate amount of income to be able to afford a house more. So the question is when you use the term affordable housing, are we talking about people in the town, 42% are saying we want more income restricted housing available, or do they just want their housing to be more affordable?
I have no idea. We did not ask that question. I mean, that is one of the problems everywhere, I think, with when people talk about affordable housing at whatever level of government or analysis or opinion is, what does it mean? It means different things to different people. And in this case, it's sort of a catch-all for whatever the listener wants it to mean. You know, there's nothing that it would have been too cumbersome to try to parse this into all the different things that affordable housing could possibly mean. So it's a very much more of a general question and a general sense of what are the issues that people believe they're facing where they live.
Okay. I understand. That's why I kind of asked the question, to make sure that I was understanding what it meant. And, you know, I think it's important when we're asking the questions that they factor back to things that the town can do something about. We could, with extra funds, help make sure more affordable, contribute to income restricted affordable housing. Making housing affordable for everyone is a tougher thing for the town to do beyond theoretically allowing lots more housing to be built to bring the cost of housing down. So anyway, so that helps me understand that the result on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for the report. This question is more for staff. When was this information made available to the public?
So and thank you for the question. So the presentation was made available during this presentation. The best practice that our consultant has informed us of is it's better to be able to present this data with the context of the presentation and not do it in advance when they're not married together. And so that was the reasoning. And Jean, feel free to chime in if you have other information to add.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it should be available now. It's a matter of public record.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thanks. It's sort of what I thought happened here. At the very earliest opportunity, I will be making a motion to continue this item so that we can absorb this information. The public can have access to it.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Moore, who wanted to speak. I also see Councilmember Ristow, and I will need to take a public comment before we get to a motion. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, actually, Councilmember Rennie took some of what my question was, but I'll ask specifically trying to drill into those top 3 issues and sort of how they track, because those are a lot of the issues I hear about too. I think it's very telling that in our community, 2 of the top 3 issues that people are concerned about are the cost of living and affordable housing. I think that, that tracks with a lot of the people that I talk to. I am constantly sharing with people that I am one of only 2 people that I graduated high school with that was able to afford to move back to Los Gatos, and I think it's a real problem for our community. But I think the problem that I sort of am thinking about here is I don't know how those issues that people seem to be genuinely concerned about, 60% is very high for that cost of living question. How do you see that tracking into the likelihood of a sales tax measure passing? Because when you get later on in the presentation, the things we're talking about using the money for are not those cost of living things. They're police and emergency services and wildfire, which I think we all think are important too, but they're different, right? They're not the top issues that people were talking about. So how does that sort of end up for our chances here?
Would you like to comment on that?
Would you like me to respond to that? Yeah. Have to remember, this is a general question asked, early on in the interview, as trying to just get a sense of how people view life in the town of Los Gatos these days and what are the big problems. When you get into the more specific issues that would be addressed by any sort of revenue measure, in this case, 1/8 cent sales tax, then you're talking about, okay, does this track with issues that are important? It may not be the most important, but are they important, and do they track with how people vote? And if you look at people, how that they're voting yes in the majority, and they're also saying these are the important issues, I think it's safe to assume that most of those people are seeing that these are important issues, important enough to increase a tax, and this will help at least some of these issues some of the time. One other thing, but I forgot to add before we were talking about the scientific nature of the polling and the results. We know from the voter lists a lot of the demographic characteristics of the the likely voter population, the party registration, gender identity, rough age groups, and what we have in here is a mirror of that, and that's one of the ways we know that the sample and the results that we're reporting are a mirror reflection of the community because they reflect the demographics of the community.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank
All
you.
right, Councilmember Estelle.
Thank you. And thank you, Jean, for the presentation. Clearly, you've had more time to look at and think about all of this than we have. So, you know, as I'm looking at this information, I had a couple of questions. One is, it makes sense to ask the respondents what they think the most serious issues are first. And then you go back to, okay, what are things that a property or a sales tax would address? And they might be different issues. But when I saw how many people, it was 60% stated high cost of living is a very serious issue or problem, how does that jibe with them then wanting to increase the sales tax? Like, do you have any intersectionality on that or other studies?
Yeah, it's a less than, you know, a half, a quarter, an eighth of a cent sales tax is not going to be perceived by a lot of people, I think, as a major influence on an increase in their cost of living.
Okay, so those are not at odds supporting a sales
Right?
tax.
It's not like interest rates going up and now your mortgage goes up by an extra several $100s a month.
Okay, all right.
It's not in that league.
And then through the mayor, follow-up question.
Yes.
So then it does make sense as I look through the very serious issues when you then go to the next two charts later where it talks about important problems that could be addressed by the sales tax. The top one was, you know, improving traffic flow, and particularly we have a very expensive project that we'll have to pay into at 17 and 9, and that looks like that was the highest very serious issue ranked by the respondents that could be addressed by a sales tax. And then when I looked down, there were others that came well under 50%, but then they bubbled up to closer to 50% when we looked at issues that could be addressed by a sales tax. Does that mean that when people are then focused on a sales tax, there are compelling issues when they're focused on what can be done with the sales tax, as opposed to the other issues they think are important but fall off the radar screen because they can't be addressed with the tax?
In part, I think when you start talking directly about the sales tax and how it could be used, the wording on the question is a little different, is a little more specific. And the first time it's asked, the things are just sort of more general. For instance, the traffic congestion. When we ask it early on, we just say traffic congestion. When we ask about it later, we ask about the Highway 17 and Highway 9 interchange. So it's the difference between getting a general sense, as we do in that very first question, and the specifics of how people would like to actually see in a at least somewhat more specific manner the extra money spent.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
All right, I'm going to go to public comment. I don't have any speaker cards. Are there any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, anybody in the audience that would like to speak to us on this item? Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment and I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I move to continue this item to the next council meeting so that the public has an opportunity to view the information that the council has just been given. And I do that in favor of transparency. I think it's especially something that's going to hit the pocketbooks of our residents, that could hit the pocketbooks of our residents. It's absolutely important that we be transparent in this process. And so my motion is to continue this item.
All right, I'm going to second that. Councilmember Moore?
So I'm fine to support that motion. I'm just wondering if it's worth everyone. So we all know that this is an item we need a 4/5 majority on to move this forward, and I don't, based on how the last vote around this went, I don't know that we do have 4/5. So I don't know if it makes sense to continue the item if we're just going to shoot it down at the next meeting and, redo this whole process.
Vice Mayor, and I also have a comment.
Yeah, I would just say that even if it would fail to get a majority, I think the public deserves to see the basis for the decision that the council is making. And so I would, even anticipating a possible outcome, I think it's very important that the public understand.
And my comment for me is I'd actually like to have this referred to the Finance Commission. They were going to take it up just to see what their recommendation might be and just have a better understanding of our budgets. That's what I would like to see. Councilmember Moore?
I think that's different than what than the Vice Mayor's motion is, because my understanding is there's not a Finance Commission in between the next two meetings. And I think
there is a Finance Commission meeting.
Is.
There's the regular meeting is on May 13th.
Okay.
So I would also add that if you're looking for a 4/5 vote and you want to shoot it down thinking you're not going to have a 4/5 vote, you may. I can't commit to a vote, but I would be interested in the Finance Commission, having it run by the Finance Commission.
Okay, that'd be great.
Councilmember Bristow.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I was looking at, before we even decide to put it on a ballot, we have quite a few more steps. So it sounds like we don't even want to consider any next step until we have more discussion on this. And I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think what's tricky is years ago, in 2018, when that council moved forward with a 1/8 cent sales tax, there were some people saying it should have been a 1/4 cent sales tax. And I think there was kind of mixed public appetite, and a 1/4 cent sales tax might have passed. And then maybe we wouldn't be having this conversation. I think it's much harder to go back to the voters twice. On the other hand, I'm very concerned that if there is a countywide sales tax, that our residents will be paying an 1/8 cent more, but it won't be staying in our community, and we will lose that opportunity. We won't be able to do it in 2 years. So I'm not inclined to shoot it down right now. I think there is a lot more parameter space to explore. And if it won't throw off our timing, I think it would be really helpful to continue this to the next meeting. And I know the Finance Commission seemed to indicate they didn't have an appetite to discuss this, but until or unless we decide to put it on a ballot. I might have misunderstood their memo, but I would like to hear from the Chamber of Commerce. I would like to hear from businesses in town what their opinion is about what a 1/8 cent sales tax might mean before we continue with the next step. So I will be supporting the motion.
Okay, so I am going to ask for a roll call vote as soon as Councilmember Moore comes back. I'm Councilmember Red. Yes, Ms. Pravetti.
I was just curious if the maker of the motion wanted to amend the motion to include the mayor's suggestion of referral to the Finance Commission. The Finance Commission chair has sole authority over the agenda, so even if the council refers it, we have no control as to whether or not the chair will decide to hear it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I think it would be a good idea. I think that in deciding whether to put it on the agenda last time, the Finance Commission had very, very little limited information about what this was, and so given this, I think it would be worth certainly one Finance Commission meeting, so I would amend my motion to include that.
Thank you, and I second that. Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Just one more comment before we vote. I'll be supporting the motion. I just, when we're thinking about redoing this whole thing, I don't know that we need to go through the whole presentation again. Just a thought.
Okay, Councilmember Ristow.
And then I guess the question is the intent of the motion to ask the Finance Commission to look at it, and if they choose not to put it on their next agenda, we will still continue with our discussion. We're not making our decision or our next step contingent upon a recommendation from them. I just want to clarify that.
Yes, it was my understanding that we couldn't force it on the agenda for the Finance Commission, and so my motion still would be to continue this to our next meeting, but to offer it to the Finance Commission to take a look at it.
Great, thank you.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye, passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 14, which is to receive an update on the downtown restroom feasibility study. Welcome, Ms. Chislett. We look forward to your report.
Thank you, Council, for having me here today. My name is Marina Chislett. I'm the Environmental Program Specialist with the Town of Los Gatos. And today I'm going to be doing an overview of the downtown restroom feasibility study. Next slide. So just to provide some brief background, in March of 2023, the town issued a request for proposals for a downtown restroom feasibility study with the intention to identify a preferred site for an American with Disability Act compliant public restroom that would serve for the downtown of Los Gatos. So when considering layouts, staff recommended a 2 gender-neutral single-occupant restroom given space and size limitations at these prospective sites, as well as single-occupant facility recommended versus that of traditional stalls for the consideration of being more safe and inclusive. And the figure to the right was drawn by our consultants at William Dove Architects that just kind of shows an example layout. It has 2 individual occupancy restrooms with a shared sink. Next slide. So when selecting prospective sites for a restroom facility, the following factors were considered: proximity and value to the downtown area, financial efficiency, utility adjacency, accessibility, safety, and flexibility. Next slide. So from that criteria, we chose the following 4 locations to evaluate for feasibility. So we have Site 1, which is the northwest corner of Town Plaza Park. We have Site 2, the southwest corner of the parking lot number 6, the West Main Street and Victory Lane. We have Site number 3 at the north edge of parking lot number 5 near Elm Street. And we have Site 4 at the southwest edge of parking lot number 5 near West Main Street. And so the right picture is just an aerial map so you could see how it correlates to the downtown area. Next slide. So jumping into our first site here at Town Plaza Park, we were proposed 3 different options for a restroom facility. So option number 1 is shown with the red dashed line in the photograph here. And in this option, we would have to remove a raised planter bed to replace with the restaurant facility. Option number 2, which is shown in the yellow dashed line, would be installing a restroom facility adjacent or attached to the existing bus shelter. And option number 3, shown in the blue dashed line, would be to demolish the existing bus stop shelter and to replace with a restroom facility. Next slide. So Site 2 at the southeast corner of parking lot number 6, we were proposed with 2 options. Option number 1 is shown in the red dash line in the photo, and this would include demolishing a sidewalk planter bed and to replace with the restaurant or restroom facility. Option number 2 would be shown in the yellow dashed line in the photograph to the right, and this would include demolishing 1 accessible and 1 standard parking space to be replaced with the new restroom facility. Next slide. So for site number 3 here at the north edge of parking lot number 5, we were also presented with 2 options. Option number 1 is shown in the red dashed line, and this would involve removing and adjusting 1 accessible parking space and 1 standard parking space on the western parking aisle. For option number 2, shown in the yellow dashed line, we would remove or adjust several standard parking spaces on the western parking aisle. So next slide. And lastly, for our site 4 at the south edge of the parking lot number 5, we were also presented with 2 options. Again, option 1 is showed in the red dash line, and this would involve removing and adjusting 2 standard parking spaces to be replaced with a new restroom. In this option, there's also the potential that we would need to adjust adjacent accessible parking and possibly realigning the sidewalk. And the last option, shown in the yellow dash line, this would actually involve closing the access to parking lot 5 on West Main Street. And then it would utilize that now extended area to house a new restroom facility. Next slide. So after evaluation of all the site criteria, town's staff's recommendation is to install a single occupancy, 2-fixture, gender-neutral restroom facility adjacent or attached to the bus stop at the northwest corner of Town Plaza Park, which was site 1 and option 2. This site has the best proximity to the points of interest and requires the least amount of impact to accommodate a facility. A restroom here would serve the downtown area as well during typical usage, as well as would supplement or reduce the need for portable units at special events. Future funding needs for the next steps for design, permitting, and construction is estimated to be around $550,000 to $650,000. And for future steps after that, I just wanted to provide just a general amount of what maintenance cost may look like. So we currently have a contract for our porta potty that is at Town Plaza currently. That is a $20,000 roughly a year contract for maintenance. We did get an estimate for the town facility restroom maintenance, which would be approximately $12,000 annually. And I did want to note one thing in regards to that is that the maintenance of these 2 contracts look very different. So for the porta potty contract, that is only being maintained 3 times a week. They do no weekend servicing, so anytime there is a special event, that would be an out-of-cost and additional fee that the town would be incurring. For the town facility restroom maintenance, this would be 7 days per week. They would stock, clean, and lock it at night with having town staff opening the restroom in the morning. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation, and I want to pass it back to council for any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Chislett. That was very helpful. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for addressing the cost. I missed it. You were going quickly, so if you could repeat the porta potty versus the permanent costs.
Absolutely. So the porta potty contract we currently have in place is roughly $20,000 annually at this time. And just to reiterate, that includes 3 times a week servicing, only on weekdays and not on weekends. And then for the town facility restroom maintenance, we were quoted at $12,000 annually with the 7 days per week of stocking, cleaning, and locking at night.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for bringing this to us and the thoughtful options. And yeah, I think this is just really glad to be looking at this and considering this tonight. 2 questions. One is, I know the temporary restroom, very different thing than what we're talking about here, but do we have any sort of sense of the frequency of use of the porta potty right now?
Good evening, Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. Unfortunately, we don't monitor the use of the porta potty, but I do know, I have heard anecdotally that it is used on the weekends for farmers market, and it is used through. It's clear it is in use throughout the week. I don't know the volume.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I've also organically heard while attending the farmers market on more than one occasion that someone would like to have a public restroom of any kind in the town because, you know, especially for the farmers market, it's, you know, they're not trafficking a business. Yeah, makes sense. Second question was on potential grants for this. I don't know if this is the kind of infrastructure project that people give out grants for. Do we have any sense of if that would be something we would ever be able to get for this, or no?
I know initially the first part of this funding, to my understanding, was through a grant. I don't have any additional information, so I'll pass it off to Nicole if she has anything to add to that.
Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. This initial study was actually funded via ARPA rather than a grant. And I'm not aware of any grants for this kind of project, but I'm happy to keep my ears open and sort of do some assessment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the recommended staff location, the first concern that comes to mind is if you look at our park, it's very open. You can see, from all the busy streets, what's going on in the park. So that, in a way, keeps it safe. So as we start building structures on the periphery, it starts blocking views into the park and potentially allows nefarious things to maybe occurring behind it. And by placing it next to the bus stop, although the bus stop is somewhat see-through, it still has some blocking qualities to it. We're now creating a larger blocked area. So the question is, have we thought through the sort of this safety implication of starting to block off the view into some of the parks and some of the park? Have we run the idea past the police department and so forth? So any thoughts on whether you've considered that? And I think the picture I saw of the restroom was sort of, well, in the staff report, there was a picture that seemed like it was a fairly sizable structure to add next to the bus stop, height and so forth. So any comments on that?
I can answer that question. It's a great question, and I really appreciate you bringing it up because I do think this safety consideration is incredibly important as we think about this. We didn't explore it as fully as in this initial evaluation. I think if we decide to move forward and fund the design portion, we can continue to look at that more. But I also think with the current porta potty, essentially we're talking about the exact location where the current porta potty is, and we haven't had safety concerns there, which is good, that have resulted from that. The other thing is, the nice thing about Plaza Park is it's relatively compact and has good visibility from all the roads around it. And so I think the visibility across from Montebello is clear, and also from Main Street. And when I've worked with safety officers on similar projects, having that kind of street level visibility is incredibly important. That's not to say that this structure couldn't create blind spots, and I think we can explore that more. But I think we could resolve that issue in this location.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And I think when we get more into discussion, I'll have a lot to say. But for this location, as I'm looking at the drawing of the proposed restroom facility, it's 9 feet by 23 feet. Is the orientation edge on? Will it be the 9 feet fronting Santa Cruz Avenue, or are you thinking 23 feet across adjacent to the bus station?
The 23 feet.
Okay,
So
so it'll be a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
One more question about porta potty. Is there a difference in liability for the town with a rented porta potty versus a town-owned facility?
In the town's rental agreement for the porta potty, the vendor is indemnifying the town for any claims that would arise out of their negligence. And if it were a town-owned restroom, the town would be responsible for any claims that arose out of the use of that facility.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to open the item up for public comment. We have no speaker cards. Do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Would anybody like to speak to us on this item? Please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment and go back to my council members for comments. Councilmember Estow.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank staff. Not only did you do a great job identifying a variety of locations, because I don't think you always know what the best location is until you've looked at a lot of options. And I appreciate the photographs and the layouts so that we can picture potential locations. As I was looking through the options, I personally agree with your recommendation. The other locations in parking lots, I really personally wouldn't want to walk into a restroom facility in a parking lot. You know, you don't want to step out the door and get hit by a car. It also feels like there's not a lot of eyes on it. As somebody who lives right near the plaza, I probably walk past it minimum twice, sometimes 8 times a day. I can tell you that there are families, people using the porta potty right now, and I like having the restroom facility in a highly visible location. I hear Councilmember Rennie's concern, and it would be interesting to run it by the police department, but that plaza, people cut through it all the time. And so they walk on the angle, they would be walking behind it, they'd be walking through it, and you can see it from every single angle. And I think, first of all, of all the locations, the plaza makes the most sense. Of any location, that's where there's the most people. There's people recreating there. We have Jazz in the Plaza, we have farmers market, we have events all the time. And the other thing is, we know, I'm sure the council members get emails about it all the time, our 2 nearest coffee shops, the Los Gatos Coffee Roasting Company and the Great Bear, are constantly burdened with people needing their restrooms. And, you know, especially the Great Bear, I think it's old plumbing, it's a big push on them. So I've appreciated that we've had the porta potty for as long as we have. It has served a variety of needs, and I'm really glad to see this move forward. I can't picture any of the other locations making sense. It seems like if somebody wants to use a public restroom, first of all, a lot of families play at the plaza, to then have to go grab your kids and cross the street or walk down the block or walk to the other end of town to use a restroom, they'll just go to the coffee shops. And I think we're trying to solve a lot of problems at once, but one of them is I don't want to unduly burden businesses when we should be providing a public facility. And I think this is a perfect location for it. I will say that given this location, we're going to have to make sure that we do spend the right amount of money on the aesthetics. This is a highly visible place at a highly used area, and I think it needs to fit that location. But I'm highly supportive of this, and I'll be interested to see how it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie had his hand up ahead of Councilmember Moore. Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My thoughts. First of all, I would definitely go with the permanent facility over the porta potty. That seemed to be a question that staff was implying with the cost references and so forth. I think a porta potty is good temporary, but Councilman Risto mentioned aesthetics. A porta potty to me isn't aesthetics. It, immediately think, oh, stay away from there. It's going to be smelly. It may not be clean. Doesn't kind of fit into, what we're trying to accomplish with a good looking downtown. That a more permanent facility, kind of removes most of that. Placement wise, I didn't like the lot behind Mountain Charlie's placement at all. I don't like closing the entrance to the lot by the chamber. Those lots are hard enough to get into now. With Grace Lanes closed and some of them being one ways, it's hard to get into the lots now. So I wouldn't close another entrance into our lots. So the park, being visible seems to be the best place. I might consider in the parking lot by the chamber because it is kind of easy to see from the park. The thing I would consider, going back to my, you suggested building it next to the bus stop, but you had an alternate location where there was a gap between the two. I would hope maybe you could think about, is it really best to be next to the bus stop, or would it be better to have a gap so that there is less of a large block all at once. Think through that safety concern, which you said you hadn't completely thought through yet. So I wouldn't want to rule out at this point the corner location that had a gap between the two as being the better one. But I'm okay going with the suggested one if that, after a little more thinking, we still think it's okay. I think that was all my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think, so just to reiterate, I think that, I've heard from the business community, from visitors, from farmers market folks that this is something that I think is needed in the downtown. I am in alignment with the previous two council members that I think Site 1 is the best site. I think that site makes the most sense. I think for a number of reasons, again, we want people to come down to downtown on the weekends, and I think that's the most sort of centrally located and works the best, and people will know it's there, they'll see it. And so I think that's important. I like option 2 best. I hear the safety concern. I don't see that as a great concern. I think, I think about if the concern is there's, people doing things behind this structure on the weekends at night, I would think that our police department, when they're patrolling the downtown, would look, in front of and behind as they drive by or what have you. So that's not a huge concern for me. But if after I don't mind Councilmember Rennie's, suggestion that this be floated with PD and make sure that they don't have a strong aversion to the placement. The problem with option 1 is it looks like you have to take down at least one tree and sort of get rid of most of that planter box, which doesn't seem to be worth it to just move it a little bit. So I would similarly support Site 1 and option 2 for the placement of the restroom.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm not in favor of putting it into the town plaza. I think that a restroom is an inherently unsightly structure as compared to the architecture that's around there, and I don't think it belongs in the town square. I think that the next best site would be Site 4, option 1. That's adjacent to the visitor center, but it doesn't, option 1 does not close the parking lot. It removes two regular parking spaces, I believe. I think the proximity to the visitor center is a good thing because I think often visitors are going to be looking for a restroom and the visitor center may not be open. And I think that it would be a safer location, less likely to attract unsafe behavior than in the town plaza. And unsafe behavior that could occur, we wouldn't want in our town plaza. So, obviously not in the majority on this one, but I think that Site 4, option 1 would be a better location.
Thank you. So I've been working downtown for so many years, and I cannot tell you how often I've been approached, where's a bathroom we can use? And the local businesses have been burdened with the janitorial services that they provide to non-patrons. I don't think it's fair, and I think we should, offer a public bathroom. So I'm kind of thinking, what's taken so long? I'm excited that we're going to do this. Now, I'm not sold on any of the sites. In fact, I would really like to have input from the police department. And again, I'm always concerned about unsafe behavior, as the vice mayor had called it, and also too, with kind of the blocking of views. So before I decide on a site, I'd like to have the police department weigh in. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation around this. I think we all are supportive of a permanent restroom. The porta potty has been a great bridge because it felt to me very unfair that if we're committed to having public facilities, we knew it was going to take a while to figure out where and how to pay for this restroom. So I am appreciative of the porta potty. The people who use it are appreciative, but aesthetically, I can't wait to replace it. I hear about the safety concerns. I would be interested in, one, getting information from the police, and two, potentially finding out in other communities where they've put their public restroom, because when I visited other towns, usually it is in the main square. And I will tell you, as a woman and as somebody who took little kids to the bathroom, I want to go in the most visible place. I don't want to go around a corner, through an alley, into a parking lot, or any of those places. I think it feels more safe to be able to walk into a very visible place. One other ask of staff is, could you look at rotating it 90 degrees so that there's a smaller facade on Santa Cruz Avenue and it goes more into the park? I don't know what that does, what 23 feet looks like going into there, but just so that we have that option. But I would say that I actually feel really strongly that we have to do the architecture right, but I feel like the plaza is the only place that makes sense. And there are, every single day, families with little kids playing in the plaza, playing in the fountain, school groups coming there, and the idea that you would then have to cross the street. And if it were in Lot 5, you'd either have to go and wait for the traffic signal or go to the crosswalk, where you have to hope that cars will stop for you, and they don't always. And I just know that if you're with a kid who has to go potty, you want to get there as fast as possible. So the plaza's a park, and I think parks should have public facilities. It's a shame Bachman Park doesn't, but many of other parks do, and I think the plaza should have one. If we don't put it there when there are other public events, then those event organizers will probably feel compelled to bring in porta potties. And if this can replace porta potties in the plaza, I think this is a good thing. So those are my thoughts, but I think we do want more input.
And just to clarify, if we have a big event, a 2-stall permanent facility, the event organizers will still be required to have supplemental temporary restrooms.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Bristow just said. I think that the plaza is absolutely the ideal location for this. I think we've tested it out with the porta potty and it's worked well. And so I'm, especially with, we're talking about having this be part of the capital, continuing to fund this through the capital budget and start looking at design and architecture. I would want to move this forward this evening. I think we can absolutely have staff still work with the police department to address safety concerns and make sure that we're not going in a bad direction with this, but I assume that would be part of the design of this no matter what. And so I have heard about the need for a public restroom since I've been on the council, and it sounds like since other folks who've been on the council for much longer than I have heard the same. So I'm ready to make a motion to move this forward, but I'll let Councilmember Rennie go first.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by the vice.
So, as I mentioned before, I'm somewhat supportive of option 4 site. So site 4, option 1, as Councilmember Hudes said, my motion, if I were to make one, would be more, let's bring it down, reduce the options to site 4, option 1, and site 1, option 2 and 3, I think it is. Get more input from the police department and let council members think about site 4, option 1, because I believe it's still visible from the street and visible from the park and easy to find. So I don't think it's that bad a site. and I'm not sure I wanted to eliminate it quite yet.
Okay, so Councilmember Moore, I'm not quite sure you made the motion, or you did not. Town Manager, Ms. Privetti.
I just wanted to clarify that the restroom project is not in the proposed 5-year capital plan. So getting direction is going to be very helpful, but it's not going to move it any faster because at this point we just don't have the resources.
Okay, with that, I liked what Councilmember Rennie had to offer. I think that makes a lot of sense. As far as direction, I don't know if we could put that into a motion as far as direction given to staff. Would that be an option? All right, Councilmember Rennie, did you want to take a stab at that?
My motion would be to limit the choices to Site 4, Option 1, and Site 1, Option 2 and 3, and ask staff to continue to review this with that in mind, and the safety concerns review with police department and so forth, and ask council members to take one more thought at whether they think Site 4, Option 1 is visible enough.
All right, Councilmember Risto had her hand up first, then I'm going to go to Councilmember Moore.
I'll second that motion. I think it's worth exploring, and I think we should all walk around and look at those sites.
Councilmember Moore?
So I would support it with a friendly amendment. Councilmember Rennie, I think you meant Site 1, Option 1, because Site 1, Option 3 is demolishing the bus shelter.
Yes, I have to keep flipping back and forth on my thing here. You're right. Site 1, Option 1 and 2, not demolishing the bus shelter. Option 1 and 2. Thank you for that.
Yeah, Councilmember Moore, thank you for catching that. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, maybe we have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Bristow?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye, passes unanimously. Okay, moving along to item number 15, which is to authorize the town manager to execute an agreement for services with the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce, and I will let Ms. Wren elaborate on the report. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Monica Wren, the Economic Vitality Manager. Before you this evening is the annual agreement for services with the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce to run the town's Visitors Information Center and our Visit Los Gatos services, which include a website, social media, and destination marketing. The Chamber has been a valued partner with the town for over 2 decades and has been engaged in various visitor information services. And while the services and the funding has varied over the years, the partnership remains strong and vital to our community. So last year we came forward with an agreement for $55,000. At that time, stakeholders, I'm sorry if this is cutting out. At that time, stakeholders came forward and asked for an increase. So through its discussion that evening, the town council approved the increase in the compensation to the chamber to $88,000 for the fiscal year of 23-24, with notes that the council would be interested in understanding how the new leadership would transition. So with that timing, the chamber did announce that their leadership would be exiting and that they would be transitioning a whole new office group. So the additional funding was approved, and it was actually funded out of ARPA. During 23 and 24, the Chamber of Commerce hired a full new leadership team and office team that's here with us this evening, and they have collaborated closely with the town staff and worked diligently to understand the agreement for services, while they've looked at a refreshed approach to draw visitors and promote community vitality. So given that the annual agreement was up for renewal, we felt that it was appropriate to come back to you tonight and to understand that, we went back to the $55,000 baseline in our proposed operating budget, but we felt that it was appropriate to have the conversation with the council tonight and to understand at what level the council was interested in funding the chamber, and then moving forward, if this is a conversation you'd like to have every year and we keep it at the $55,000, or if you'd like to move forward with the annual agreement being more. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation, and we have staff here as well as the chamber that will be speaking tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Rand, for the presentation. We appreciate it. I see no questions from council members at this time, so I'm going to open public comment. Ms. Lynn, please come forward.
I messed it up. Oh, there we go. Dear Mayor Badami and council members, good evening. I'm Jennifer Lynn, the Executive Director of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. Let me first say that I'm very grateful for the town's close partnership with the Chamber all these years. And last year, council agreed to a contract with the Chamber in the amount of $88,000, through which the Chamber operated the Los Gatos Visitor Information Center, provided services to maintain Visit Los Gatos through its dedicated website and social media accounts, and also provided destination marketing initiatives. As you know, the Chamber experienced a 100% staff turnover almost a year ago, and my staff and I inherited this contract. Though a 100% staff turnover is certainly extremely disruptive for an organization to navigate, my staff have not only met the challenge of rebuilding, but feel confident that we have met this contract from the last year and have already demonstrated that we are expanding on the many great achievements of my predecessor and her staff. In 2024 through 2025, we are planning to continue our multi-prong approach to destination marketing, which we began this last year. It includes social media managed by a dedicated staff person, my colleague Beth Foley, a forthcoming print and digital Los Gatos destination guide, a new and welcoming You Belong in Los Gatos street pole banner series to be installed early summer. Sorry, I lost my place. And the production and marketing of major events that entice visitors with unique experiences and brand Los Gatos as a destination. Some of these major events include notably the VIP experience for our wine walks, which we launched last month, and holiday cable car style trolleys and Santa visits for the December month. I want to call out that this new Los Gatos destination guide will be an elegant standalone print guide, as well as a robust digital guide with live links and dynamic video content. The print guide and brochures with a QR code linked to the digital guide will be placed at San Jose International Airport, local Los Gatos hotels, and potentially other area visitor and welcome centers. This project is in process currently with a target published date of late August 2024. Regarding our major event portfolio, my staff is committed to developing and marketing unique experiences to attract visitors from all over the Bay Area. We have added this past year the Kid and Pet Halloween Costume Palooza and a Valentine's themed Sweetheart Stroll. With our food and wine group, we are also working on a new summer series to draw visitors downtown on lively Thursday nights, and will also partner with the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Foundation to produce a Taste of Los Gatos Street Festival in September 2024, where attendees can experience bites and drinks for our town's establishments. As I mentioned last month, we successfully launched a new VIP experience as part of our wine walks with the goal of cementing Los Gatos' reputation as host of one of the Bay Area's premier wine tasting events.
Ms. Lynn, you're going to have to wrap it up because your 3 minutes are up, but I know others are waiting.
I have just one thing. So in order to continue the work that we are doing in a robust and meaningful way, we are asking for a contract to continue our services in the amount of $88,000 in consideration of the town's fiscal challenges and despite the fact that it costs our chambers close to $108,000 to provide these services. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Vice Mayor, come back, Ms. Lynn.
Thank you. And I appreciate your coming forward with a request that reflects what was at least done last year. You and I have had some discussions about destination marketing and maybe a more targeted version of that, specifically focused on weddings and ceremonies, and looking at promoting Los Gatos as a 3-day location for those, not just an afternoon wedding, but promoting that. I'm wondering if that has gotten traction with the hotels, who often are on owned on a national basis, and I have a follow-up to that.
We have not begun initiatives in that direction, and I do recall our conversation. I think that is something fruitful we want to pursue in the future, and we do think that there's definitely opportunity there. And we think there's other ways to draw in visitors for overnight, and our staff have talked about approaching our local colleges and enticing the parent weekends to come to Los Gatos and experience Los Gatos that way. And we know that is actually already happening anecdotally, but kind of creating more formal relationships where we might be the ideal spot for parents who are visiting local students to come and experience a weekend. And then part of the thinking of adding the VIP experience to our wine walks was to be able to offer something that really would be meaningful, to do a package. You know, someone who might come for our general wine walk at a $60 ticket, it might not make sense for them to spend $200 on a hotel, but someone who's a couple that's coming to our VIP experience for this kind of elevated event, they might actually do that if we pair that with a fine dining piece and a hotel piece. So I think there's definitely opportunities. So I think we're in early stages, and I think that's definitely something we'd like to continue exploring. I will say that at the $88,000 level, it's pretty much everything that I've delineated here today is what we can cover. If we want to expand, I think we would have to talk about increasing the number for staffing to be able to cover new initiatives.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I wanted to relate that back to town revenues. We had a discussion actually about this with NUMU, about how many people came to town for an event, and how that might translate into TOT and restaurant-related sales tax. And, you know, our current budget proposal is essentially keeping TOT flat over the next 7 years. And it's my opinion that we can do much better than that. Do you share an opinion that we could increase our TOT over a 7-year period more than 1.5% per year?
I would like to think so, yes. I think there's definitely work that can be done there.
And then finally, this is something I brought up with the museum. If we were able to increase that tax, would the chamber find it useful to tie the reimbursement for marketing activities to increases above that baseline?
Absolutely. I wasn't going to bring that up today, but yes, I do think that in many towns, the TOT tax does fund the chamber's work in its visitor and destination marketing initiatives.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Isdow.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Lynn, for the presentation. I know you've been talking to all the council members, and one thing I was curious, I mean, if we kept the funding at $55,000, what would drop out of what you've been discussing?
Yes, we've talked about that with the board and with the staff, and if it was dropped down to $55,000, I think what we would do is cease to operate the physical visitor center and want to give that back to the town. We would continue to do things like the destination guide and making sure to optimize our event portfolio to really draw on the visitors. We would continue to manage the website and the social media, but perhaps at a lower dedicated level than it would have been at the 88. But I think basically it's closing the physical visitor center.
Okay, thank you. And then a follow-on, in terms of TOT, I think what we all recognize is that, Los Gatos TOT was driven by excess conference, spillover from San Jose. And since
business travel, yeah.
Business travel's not really coming back. And so in addition to weddings, some of the things we had discussed was partnering with the Santa Cruz Mountain wineries and, trying to organize wine tours. And also, it came up earlier during public comment, but we've talked about the World Cup and the Super Bowl. Those are kind of one-offs. But what role do you see the chamber playing in terms of either trying to get a team to stay here or making sure that people stay in Los Gatos for the World Cup, which is going to be, you know, we could fill those hotels, and also for the Super Bowl, how do you get packages together with the hotels?
I definitely think there's opportunity there. And as I was mentioning to Councilmember Hudes, I think if we were going to get more heavily involved in, let's say, recruiting for Super Bowl or for the World Cup, I think that is definitely beyond the scope of even the 88,000. I think that would definitely be interesting to us, but I think that's actually beyond what I'm presenting today. But I do think there could be a place for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. Next speaker, Lauren Scalora.
Thank you, Mayor Badami, and thank you, council members. I just wanted to come up here and introduce myself. My name is Lauren Scalora. I have met many of you. I am a staff member, part-time staff member with the Chamber of Commerce, and I am responsible for events and marketing. And I wanted to be here in case anyone had any questions.
Thank you. Questions from anyone? No questions. Thank you. Beth Foley. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor Badami, and hello, council members. My name is Beth Foley. I am a part-time staffer at the Chamber of Commerce, responsible for social media for both the Chamber and Visit Los Gatos. And I just wanted to introduce myself and say hello and see if you had any questions.
All right, any questions? See none. Thank you for introducing yourself. I see another speaker card coming forward. Randy Chen, welcome.
All right, now I'm going to hold it. Randy Chen, resident, former Chamber. I just want to reiterate and support Jen. It's really hard, near impossible, to do what they do and what we did on $55,000. You know, just the costs have increased over the years, and the scope also has increased. You know, things that weren't there when we got the $35,000, $40,000, $55,000. Social media, you know, was in its infancy, and these things all cost a lot of money. And the reach is broad, but you know, you have to be able to do it. And then, you know, as far as doing things with Visit California, those things cost money and time. And it's just really near impossible. And so I hope you will consider giving them the $88,000 so they can continue the good work that they've started, that we started, and that we know Los Gatos is an awesome place and everyone should come here.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. Los Gatos is an awesome place. Okay, do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are 2 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Jim?
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Council. Jim Foley, Board of Directors for the Chamber of Commerce. Just wanted to chime in on a couple of things. I wanted to echo some of the comments that were made by Director Lynn and the staff and Councilmember Hudes, and try not to be repetitive. But last year, we were really appreciative of the increase that was awarded to the Chamber. There's some commentary in the staff report about the money, you know, being allocated from ARPA funding or where it came from. I'd just like to see if the council members individually could recall, we took a lot of meetings about the contract last year. And I think we were pretty clear that the increase that was requested wasn't meant for like any kind of recovery effort or one-time influx for particular initiatives. What we had done is we had gone back over the years and looked at when the original contract was awarded at $55,000 and applied some escalators, and then looked at the operations of the chamber at the time and had come up with, you know, a reasonable increase request at that time. I think, you know, how it was awarded may have been different than what we originally had requested, but we were grateful nonetheless to be able to take those funds and and use them through this period of time that was challenging for the chamber in its transition with its staffing. So I think that Councilmember Hudez's idea of looking harder at TOT taxes and things like that, that's something we've discussed individually with the members. I think it has merit. I think that over the last year, we've gone through a huge transition that we couldn't be more proud of with the staff and the things that they've been able to do in just that short amount of time. So we haven't been able to get to structuring anything like that. I think the town as well has had a lot of strategic priorities that have taken precedent over digging in and looking to that. So just, the 2 points to highlight are or maybe three. One, we've gotten through the transition and we couldn't be more excited about what has occurred with the chamber and its staff, which operates the visitor center, which I know is tied to the dollar allocation. And then two, costs have increased. We were clear about that last time. This is going to have to be sustained at this kind of level or potentially more going forward. And then three, we'd really like to dig in and find out if there's a meaningful way to allocate funds from reasonable sources like TOT tax to continue to support this budget in a way that's easy. I think we're prepared to do that going forward. I'm here for any other questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Any questions? See none. Thank you. Next speaker.
Rachel?
Good evening, Mayor Badami and council members. Thank you. My name is Rachel Brown. I'm the president of the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. I'm also a partner at a law firm, Sweeney Mason, just up the road from you. And I just want to echo all of the comments tonight without being too repetitive. I just want to emphasize how integral and crucial the role of the chamber is in the town. And I do think that it benefits not just the businesses, but the whole community of Los Gatos as a whole by having the chamber serve as the visitor center operation, both destination marketing and the kind of the virtual visitor center, but also the physical location. And it really serves as a connector for the businesses, the community, the residents, and visitors. And so I just wanted to emphasize and encourage the council members to really consider our request. The amount of work and effort that our staff does and the results that they achieve with the resources that they have is phenomenal. And, as we all know and are, I think well aware, the costs of doing business in all aspects have increased exponentially over the last several years. The biggest component of that is being the labor and work. And so I don't want to undercut any of the work that our wonderful staff does. And so I would just encourage council to really consider our proposal at this time. And I'm here for other questions if any arise.
Okay, I see no hands up. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Appreciate your comments. Any more hands on Zoom raised?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
No speaker cards. I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to ask staff a question. So, should it be the will of the council to move forward with an increase? Can you elaborate on potential funding sources?
Good evening, Gita Ungbari, Finance Director. Currently, the only available funding sources is the Capital Special Project Reserves. It's a one-time reserve, so our proposed budget used 4.6% vacation savings and also some one-time money to balance the budget. So we have to pull from the reserve for one-time uses. So, that would be our funding source.
Thank you, Ms. Ungari. Vice Mayor.
Just as a follow-up, in looking at the proposed budget, it looks like we are looking at a $100,000 increase in TOT over 7 years, $100,000 per year, and on a base of 2.3 million, which is about a 0.6% increase over a year. If our budget estimated a higher TOT increase over that period, could that be a funding source?
Yes, if the TOT would be a higher level than we currently budgeted, it would be an additional revenue, so we wouldn't use for reserves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'll open up with some comments then. I'd like to see us do an increase. I think it's long overdue. I've long been a supporter of destination marketing. A thriving economy is so important to our town. And I'm downtown. I've been downtown for several years. And I just realize the importance of it. I have confidence in the leadership that they are going to make this happen. So where we get the funding source from, I hate the idea of just a one-time, because I would like to see this ongoing. But I will, look to my council members for comments to see if there's any support at all in moving forward. Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm in total agreement. I've been incredibly impressed with the work of the chamber over the past few years, but I think this transition, which could have been very, there was a lot of uncertainty with completely switching teams and the staff. I could not be more impressed with the leadership of the chamber. I think that we have a very, very solid group of people doing really good work for the town. So I would be supportive of the 88,000. Councilmember
Ristow.
Thank you. Yeah, I think about the 88,000 not as an increase, but a continuation of what was done last year. And, I echo my admiration for, the former chamber member or chamber staff that really got the chamber into a great place, and the board, and then to have an entirely new staff come on, hit the ground pretty much running with support around them, and, to continue operating has been really impressive. My concern would be if we went back to the 55,000, I would hate to think of a physical visitor center going away, because I do think that physical space provides a welcoming place. In the times that I've hung out in that office or stopped by, you see, over the past several years, you see visitors come in, they get recommendations for restaurants, they kind of get oriented to the town. It's that high touch that we have in our town offices that extends into our partners as well. And I think removing that physical location could represent a loss that we would have a hard time getting back. I will say that we have a lot of things that we want to fund. And so, kind of working backward, that 1/8 cent sales tax could come in handy. But I do think that right now, as we look at the 88,000, that might have to be a one-time funding source. But I would like to see this tied to a change in TOT so that we can measure it. And, let's figure out what it's going to take to get people to not only come to Los Gatos, but stay in Los Gatos.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I'm ready to make a motion if it's appropriate.
Yes, it's appropriate.
So I move to approve 88,000 with the intention to fund it from TOT in excess over the current budget. And that's the motion. Part of my thinking is that I would assume that the Chamber of Commerce, the hotels, NUMU, and the Town Economic Vitality Manager will use best efforts to promote Los Gatos as a wedding celebration destination and the opportunities for wine and VIP. I think there's some risk that we won't achieve that, but I would take the chance for 33,000 as a good faith effort of the town to encourage this. I think we can exceed this amount by at least 250,000 if these efforts are made, and we get focused on that and increasing our TOT by 10% a year as a goal, with rather than the 0.6% that we currently are budgeting. So that's the motion, my thinking behind it.
I'm going to second that. Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Yeah, just a question on staff's interpretation of the motion. So the motion sounds like we want to get it from TOT, but if their money isn't there, are we still pulling from special projects? capital?
We're going to need to for next year
Okay, that's-
because obviously we don't have the TOT yet. I would just add that the TOT estimates do not include the closure of the Los Gatos Lodge. So should that happen, there'll be some other conversation. But I think the council's intent of having a sustainable level for the chamber is very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion, and I did want to clarify because it talked about the additional funding coming from the TOT, given that the TOT is not there right now, and if it doesn't go up, I'm assuming the motion allows for the 88,000 regardless, at least starting right now with looking toward funding in the future.
That was my intention, and so motion was the intention to fund from TOT in excess over budget, but understanding that if we don't achieve that, we'll have to fund it from the reserve that was mentioned.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Bristow?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye, passes unanimously. We typically take a break around 9 o'clock, and I see potential community service partners in the audience. If they could just hang tight for another 10 minutes while we take a break. We'll take a break. We could come back at 9:25. Okay, ready to begin with item number 16, which is to approve West Valley Community Services and some other service partners, but I'll let Robert Gray take over with his staff report. So welcome, Robert.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Robert Gray, Chief Building Official. The staff report before you this evening consists of the results of the request for interest for prospective community partners to provide services at the Interim Community Center. You may recall on January 25th, a community meeting was held with CHSSC to gather input from the community. In February, on the 15th, staff received recommendations from CHSSC regarding the types of community partners and selection criteria, as well as recommendations regarding near-term improvements, including AV and hybrid meeting capabilities. On March 5th, staff returned to council with CHSSC's recommendations and received input on a request for interest from community partners. Council also directed staff to work concurrently on AV and hybrid meeting capability upgrades to the rec center, which that work is currently ongoing. On March 29th, staff issued an RFI and sent email invitations to approximately 30 organizations promoted on social media, the town's weekly newsletter, and the town's website. Upon the closing of the RFI on April 21, staff received 3 proposals from West Valley Community Services, Counseling and Support Services for Youth, and AWO. Based on the evaluation criteria previously established, staff recommends moving forward with all of the 3 prospective service providers that submitted SOIs. If Town Council agrees with this recommendation, staff will work with the selected providers and LGS Recreation to determine space allocations, schedules, and appropriate services. Ultimately, all provider requests may not be able to be accommodated, but staff will work toward collaborative solutions. For example, some activity-based services may be integrated into LGS Recreation's current lineup, current schedules, without the use of this rotational desk space concept. Staff will then return to CHSSC for its recommendations on physical near-term improvements to the Interim Community Center with considerations for any needs of the service providers. Staff will then return to Council with those recommendations to receive further input and direction from Council. This concludes our presentation, and Assistant Town Manager Nomura and I are here available for your questions. We also have representatives from some of the agencies. I believe West Valley Communication Services, I think, may be virtual online, and we also have in the person here, we have Counseling and Support Services for Youth available to answer your questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. I see no questions at this time from council members, so I'm going to open public comment. Do we have hands on Zoom?
We have one hand raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Sujatha?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Sujatha Venkatraman from West Valley Community Services. I'm the Executive Director. I'm super excited to be part of the service organization being looked at the community center. As you all know, West Valley Community Services offers safety net services, and Los Gatos is one of our service area. Currently, we have a mobile operation that comes to Los Gatos, but our main service center is in Cupertino. Having this space in Los Gatos will help us to expand and enhance services to the most vulnerable low-income households and the unhoused. I'm here for any questions if the council has.
Any questions? Seeing none, we do. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. One of the things in your response that surprised me, because it was different than the recommendation from the CHSSC, was about food distribution services. And so the question is, would you be storing food on site, and who would be responsible for interacting with county health and maintenance requirements of the facility for appropriate food storage and distribution standards. Yeah, that's for West Valley Community Services.
Thank you. Thank you. So as you know that we do operate off-site food markets at different locations, Dianza College and West Valley Community College. We go by all the county standards. So we are proposing, if that is our first proposal, is to have an on-site market, a pantry, where we would store food. We will have staff there monitoring that, cleaning it out. That is in the proposal. And we go by all the standards that Second Harvest imposes on us on food handling as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Sujatha. This is a very, your application was robust and very exciting to look at. So one quick comment, and just for everyone's awareness, you currently operate a very robust community market that feels more like a grocery store than a traditional food pantry. And so I think that's, if anyone hasn't been there in Cupertino, it's a truly incredible space. It's really inspiring. And then another thing that you do is you bring your Park Market by Open Doors Los Gatos right now. You bring it to the Los Gatos community pretty regularly. And so I would really like to see some sort of your food services be available to Los Gatos community through this new space. I'm wondering if you'd be open to working with staff to kind of figure out the best way to make that fit, whether it's a pantry in the space or expansion of the Park Market, things to that effect.
Absolutely. And like you said, thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Moore, that we do have the mobile operation. And we are happy to look at that part of the services that we would offer through the community center.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. And thank you for your interest in being in Los Gatos and, further serving our residents. One of the things I was thinking about with the food pantry is that, and I'll leave this to staff to figure out how we coordinate or if we do, is that Live Oak also has sort of food shopping 3 days a week for all seniors in town to come. They have the access from the grocery stores there Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I don't know how that could dovetail with the services you're providing, or if they would just be, residents would go to both places. But are you aware of that service that we have right now?
Yeah, I am aware of that. I mean, for us, if anything complements to prevent hunger and in some way helps our residents to save money, we can totally work with them on the timing. Maybe we can offer it at a different time so that if people miss that location, they'll still have access to our service.
Yeah, thank you. I think that would be wonderful because I've seen the lines that form and it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I imagine there would be a need and a desire on the other days as well. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is former Mayor Marika Sayak.
Good evening, council members. I am coming today as the Executive Director for Counseling and Support Services for Youth. I'm joined by Kathy Granger, my Director of Finance and Operations. We're both longtime Los Gatos residents, and we're excited about the opportunity to provide more continuity of care for students that we're already supporting at Los Gatos High, at Saratoga High, at Lee High, at Westmont High. All of these students are Los Gatos residents, and there are times that the mental health counseling we provide on campuses are not sufficient on a school campus. And so we're always looking at how can we deepen our support to these students and their families, and an opportunity to have a brick and mortar space in a familiar location that Los Gatos students know is something that we think is a natural extension of the work that we are already doing. So we're looking at after hours, school after, afternoons, evenings, but we're also excited about future programming for the summer. We know that mental health needs do not end when summer ends. And so a constant area that we are always exploring is what happens to our students during the summer. We could provide all the safety planning, but at the end of the day, if they need support, we want to be able to provide some type of a system so that we can provide it in a very familiar environment. Community center seems like an exciting place to do it. So I'm here to answer any questions and just look forward to the opportunity.
Thank you. Questions? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your response to the request. What I was interested in is the location and how that would complement existing services. You've indicated that the after hours and the timing in the summer are important. Is there also value in the physical separation from the campus? And would that, if that were the case, would you want to maybe offer services, when school is on? Does that offer any advantage?
There are advantages for families. There are times where if parents are in need of consultations about the cases that we're working on with their children, they may not feel comfortable being on campus. And so having a place close by that our counselors can meet their parents to talk about their students would be another safe, confidential area where I think it could provide some comfort. There's also times where some students just do not want to leave school. Because the stress of school is also something that they're not willing to take. They can't miss class to go to counseling. And so being able to just walk across the street after school, that's something that we see could be just an easy win for both the counseling as well as the school needs. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marika Sayak.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, last chance for a speaker card to come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and look to my fellow council members for comments, potential motion. Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I'm so heartened that, as this RFQ went out to a broad area and getting a response from 3 groups that kind of serve different aspects of our community, that just seems like such a great fit and such a fulfillment of what we want to do moving forward with providing services. I'm very happy with this. I'm willing to make a motion unless we want to have a long discussion.
Well, unless Councilmember Moore wanted to comment, or he's eager to probably second it.
I was going to comment, but I'm sure I'll support your motion, so you can go ahead.
I'll make the motion and then we can have a discussion.
Okay.
If we get a second.
Okay.
So I move to approve West Valley Community Services, Counseling and Support Services for Youth, and AWO as potential community service partners to provide the respective services at the interim community center.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Second.
Okay.
And then can I comment? Yeah,
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, absolutely support that. I think these are 3 of the most amazing nonprofits we have in our community. I'm so grateful that these 3 organizations decided to submit these RFIs. I think that this is going to add an incredible amount to our community in terms of service and meeting the different needs. I think Councilmember Aristo, you said it very well, that they kind of all complement and do different things, but all sort of towards helping the community. 3 points I wanted to hit on with each of the 3 organizations, or 1 point with each. So for the West Valley Community Services RFI, some sort of food distribution services seems to be key in their interest. And so I think that whether that is the Parket Market or, bringing the Parket Market to downtown Los Gatos, or some sort of small food pantry for food, I think that is crucial to ensure that they are able to do some sort of food at this space. For Cassie, the one crucial thing that I'm seeing in Cassie's application is some sort of safe, confidential area for therapy and communicating in a way where the students feel safe and heard by a therapist. And so I think that is really crucial for Cassie. And then for Owl, seems a little bit more simple, but they want storage of some kind. And I think that'll be really important too. So making sure that I think for all three, those all seem like reasonable asks, and I think would really elevate their capabilities to serve the community. So I want to really emphasize those. And then one other thing I'll say on this is that reading through the RFIs, it seems like there might be some different timelines happening here in terms of who's ready to go, earlier or later. I would just say that if one or two organizations are ready to go earlier, that we let them into the space and get them going, because I'm hearing, an interest in summer programming and things like that, and I think we wouldn't want to lose any momentum on this by, having to wait for all three organizations to be ready to go. So, yeah.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in agreement with going ahead with these three. What surprised me a little bit was that we only got three. West Valley Services has a kind of a broad list of services, which is good. But it doesn't feel like we're all encompassing or close to all encompassing for the different kinds of services or needs that we might want to have at a community center, particularly towards seniors. But, it's even less encompassing if you consider sort of the whole gamut of people that might come in. So I guess I just wanted to ask staff if they felt like this was all encompassing. Are we going to leave any space for future organizations that might come forward? I just don't feel like we've got the whole of what we sort of intended on this, and I'm wondering how we're moving forward with that. Are we calling this done and we're just going to organize our center for these three, or how are we handling this? Or am I wrong? Have we encompassed enough?
Yes, thank you for that question. We were a little surprised at the number as well. Certainly, Council appears to be moving forward with these three, and we can certainly take these and create somewhat of a pilot program, if you will, and kind of get a proof of concept going, and then perhaps go out for additional, maybe with an additional RFI to additional potential providers.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted with the responses from the three organizations, and I think that we can make them work. But I have to say, I think we have the cart before the horse here. The current lease agreement does not require a council approval of service providers. It lists the type of services that should be accommodated under the lease agreement with Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation. And so I think this process of approving suppliers now is backwards, and I think we've set a precedent where we have to reconsider this item if a new provider wants to provide services in this facility. And I've raised this as a concern for some time, and I was told that we needed to engage our service providers in order to design the space properly. Well, we've gone a step beyond that. This was supposed to be a request for information for interest rather than a RFP. And now we're referring to it that staff received 3 proposals, but I don't think proposals have been submitted. And I think this was meant to inform the configuration of the space so that we could allow for for more providers and without as bureaucratic a process for them to go in there. So I think this has just taken a turn where we are over controlling this whole process that should be open to the community. And I think we should be focused on designing a space that meets the needs, and that would include strongly a space for private consultation with clients, whether it's CASI or case management through other social service providers or other kinds of older adult counseling services or things like that. So so I'm not supportive of the motion because I think we are constraining ourselves in a way that was not the intention of this whole process. The other concern that I have is about food storage on site. I think that ultimately the town will be responsible for the safe storage of food and the maintenance. I don't think this is an appropriate location for food storage, although I think the portable pantry could well work in the Civic Center. I would encourage us to find a way to do that, but I just think this is cart before the horse.
Okay, Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I actually find it really useful to know which community partners want to be in this space and provide service, and I think this is a great way to get started with our community. These groups are asking for very specific things, so with Cassie needing a quiet, private, confidential space, that doesn't preclude another counseling service that might operate in different hours or at a different time from using that space. But setting up that space and knowing that Cassie wants to be here, I think accomplishes a lot of what we want. Similarly, if we've got AWO or AWO wanting to have storage space and put on kind of collaborative, inclusive community events, that doesn't mean that later or at some other time or a parallel time, another group that wants to do something similar or that needs storage or that can use an open space could come in. I think this is a great pilot program. I think I am strongly in favor of moving forward with these three organizations, seeing how they work, and they may decide they want more hours, fewer hours, and the space that we've got can morph with that. We have to figure out how that's going to fit with the existing adult rec center, but I think, we've had this request that we want service providers. These are the service providers that want to be here. And I feel like this is a great opportunity to get moving now. And particularly with Cassie talking about providing service, counseling service for our youth over the summer, I agree. All of the angst and all of the mental health crises are not due to school, and they don't go away when the summer happens. And if counseling is not happening at the school, it's great for them to have a place here. Regarding the pantry, I would appreciate some input from staff, but I know that the Adult Rec Center often has a table with food on it, and my vision of a pantry, if that's what West Valley Community Services is going to do, is dry goods, canned goods, things that can easily be stored that we all have in a pantry that doesn't create a problem. But maybe they'll do their park at market instead and it'll be not an issue. But I would like to see what staff can find out about these groups needing it, and I would love to move forward with this right away.
Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, thank you. Two things. One question, does the West Valley Community Services, does that request refrigeration and freezer space?
They may request that. Again, that's part of our next phase of the process, determining exactly what they would bring to that pantry and where we would store that. Perhaps the outside market is the best venue for that, for the cold storage.
Yeah, I recall reading in the response that they were requesting that, and that's why I reacted to the food storage. The second thing is that I'm also delighted with the responses And I see nothing that would preclude us from moving ahead with counseling services as soon as that space is configured without the council having to weigh in on each service provider. The current lease agreement with Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation for the Adult Rec Center allows exactly those kind of services to occur there and would not require council approval for that. And one of the other things I was concerned about was that it looked a little bit open-ended in terms of the fees that we were asking these nonprofits to pay in terms of it wasn't clear how much that would be and whether that would be a deterrent as well. And so again, I think we could move forward with these as soon as the space is configured. And I would like to see us to do that. I don't think it takes a vote on specific service providers to do that.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree completely. I think that you know, us weighing in this evening, I think, you know, sort of does that. And I actually really like the way this process has come together. I think the fact that we only got 3 through this RFI kind of shows who the 3 that are interested are for the, at least at this beginning stage. And so I think this is perfect. I think we've identified 3 great partner organizations that are going to kind of kick this off. And yeah, and we can, you know, talk through it more as time goes on. And I think, as we're all kind of saying, there are these unique attributes of each of these, like the secure counseling space that I think will, you know, is going to be really important for, you know, using that money that we allocated for this to make changes. I'll just share for West Valley Community Services. West Valley Community Services works super closely with the City of Cupertino in their programming and with their food, and the City of Cupertino actually worked with them on their site and all kinds of stuff. So I'm not nearly as concerned about liability of having a refrigerator there. I don't, you know, yeah, there's with SB 1383 and a lot of these new laws about food recovery, the regulations around food, I think, have gotten a lot looser, deservedly so. And so I think this is a really good opportunity. And I think we, you know, my understanding of the motion and how this is coming together is that staff will work with West Valley Community Services to see what makes the most sense for the town and West Valley. But I think, again, some sort of food distribution, I think, is going to be really amazing. And yeah, just really glad that this is all happening.
Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. So I definitely want to move forward. In contrast, though, I'm actually quite worried about the food distribution, particularly related to parking. I did volunteer work at the pantry in Cupertino, and some of the people that need this service do come in on bicycles or something like that, but many of the people do come with cars. I'm worried now because, you know, this means taking up the library lot, which gets pretty used. When there's a senior event, even just bridge or something, parking fills all the spaces. So I'm worried about whether this is the correct place to attract traffic for you know, a food distribution. I don't know what size we're talking about, but I think we need to think through this carefully. Maybe they only distribute food and they organize it around when there's not other things going on, or perhaps when the library's not as used, so the parking lot's available. But I'm really, you know, or even when the high school is getting out, right? You know, that needs to be thought through carefully, how that would be done. I just feel like this is not the optimal location for that. And I'm very hesitant. Of course, we're calling this a pilot program. We can always try and see what occurs, but I think we need to think through the traffic and the parking implications of that in terms of size, timing, and so forth.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. So if we're talking about food distribution and refrigeration, I'm in a business where sometimes foods maybe are not stored at the proper temperature. So then you have food poisoning. Where's the liability with that, should that happen?
That's a really great question. I think I'll hand that to town attorney.
If I were a plaintiff, I would probably pursue both the location where it occurred. So I'd probably pursue LGS Rec, and then I'd probably pursue the town if it was a town-sponsored program. And then I think it would be just an argument over the facts, like, you know, did the town make it possible for the food to be stored at the right temperature, and the operator, you know, just didn't take advantage of the facilities, or were the facilities bad? So it would be very fact-based.
So what would be the risk if we approve that portion of it? Because I'm excited about, you know, the providers that have come forward. I'm in favor of them, but I'm a little bit concerned about the refrigeration of the food. What liability? I mean, what would be the chances and the risk for us? Because you just posed that we could have some type of liability, and it could be costly, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm. I think it depends a lot on the type of food that will be stored there. And so one option would be, if the council wanted to take action tonight, one option would be to direct staff to work with that provider to make sure that we have the proper facilities for the food distribution that they have in mind.
Okay, Councilmember Bristow, you're pointing to, okay, if we could hear from the Assistant Town Manager.
Thank you so much. Katie Demura, Assistant Town Manager. Just to add as well, as we consider all these things and as staff goes forward to determine what those best next steps are and what fits best, we can also consider whether there needs to be an agreement that includes liability and insurance requirements.
Thank you. Councilmember Bristow.
Thank you. So my motion was to move forward with these three organizations, but clearly staff is going to have to work with them in terms of figuring out exactly what the requirements are, what will work for the space, and what level of liability the town will take on. So that, I think, was implied in the motion.
Okay, all right. So we do have a motion. We have a second. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Bristow?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
No.
Mayor Badami?
Aye. Passes 4-1. Vice Mayor voting no.
I would like to just make another comment about this process,
yes,
if I may. I'm very frustrated that we haven't moved forward on the physical improvements to that space. We've known about the need for private counseling space since we did the allocation of the money. And I feel that this process is, number one, bureaucratic, and number two, is slowing the ability of us to make some changes when we've allocated the money that we had. So I just wanted to say that I think this process could have been faster in terms of serving our residents.
Thank you for those comments. We'll now move on to item number 17, which is to discuss and provide direction on outreach and noticing options for Senate Bill SB 330 projects. Welcome, Ms. Armour.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. On April 16th, during the Town Council consideration of modifications to the town's story pole policy, direction was given to return for further discussion of potential enhancements of the town's community noticing and engagement for larger development projects, and specifically those filed under SB 330. The staff report includes some supporting information in regards to online outreach, expanded project noticing, including costs and noticing maps for some example projects, as well as a town-wide mailer. And also, the staff report includes some suggested questions to support council's discussion. We have these questions available to be shared as a PowerPoint presentation, if that would be helpful. This concludes staff's presentation, but we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. Any questions? Seeing none, then we will go to open public comment. Do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, no speaker cards. I'm going to close public comment and go back to council members. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. If I recall, this item came from our story poll policy, but the story poll policy applied to more than just SB 330 projects. And so I see this coming back as outreach and noticing options for SB 330 projects. So my question is, why would we only apply this to those projects? Because what we considered was story pole requirements for all development of substantial height, including builder's remedy projects and other developments.
Thank you for that question. I think this discussion item can be broader than just the SB 330 projects. I mean, the SB 330 does overlap with other types of projects, including, as you mentioned, builder's remedy projects. And so it could be that this discussion goes beyond that. As stated, really the direction we had received was talking about some of the larger projects, most of which at this time are coming in under SB 330.
I'll say that it was noticed as a discussion of outreach and noticing options for Senate Bill 330 projects. So my recommendation would be that the council limit its discussion to the way that the agenda item was described. But there is some overlap between SB 330 and Builder's Remedy in that a number of applicants are referencing Senate Bill 330 because they want to invoke the Builder's Remedy. So a discussion of SB 330 projects would also capture Builder's Remedy projects.
If I could follow up on that, there are some Builder's Remedy projects that are not referencing SB 330, isn't that correct?
No, I do not believe that's correct. No.
Is the, there was the one on the commercial site? On University?
We have a number of projects that have referenced Builder's Remedy, but all of those have come in through the SB 330 preliminary application process.
Okay, I was mistaken about that. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a preliminary question of, do we have, you know, a lot of cities are dealing with a lot of these applications. Do we have a sense of how other communities are going about this? Or do you know if folks are largely just waiting until things manifest as applications to kind of do the standard noticing? Or are you aware of any other municipalities that are doing any sort of 330 Builder's Remedy noticing?
Thank you for that question. I am not aware of any extra noticing occurring in other agencies for these types of projects.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you very much for doing the analysis of the cost for the 300-foot versus the 1,000-foot radius. I would just ask the question. It looked like, for instance, on the one with 330 cards, I'm sorry, the one with 95 to 175 units, the cost difference on that was only about $250 or $270. And all of this was brought up as that these fees might be a hindrance to or impediment to development. Do we really think that a $250 difference is an impediment on a project that has a development budget of $150 million?
Thank you for that question. Part of the reason that we chose the selection of example projects that we did was to show the range. It is true that for that project, which is the project located on Capri Drive, that the increase radius from 300-foot noticing to 1,000-foot noticing only resulted in a doubling of the cost and the number of cards that would need to be mailed to the residents and property owners in that area. However, as we did show in that table, there are other ones that are more extreme than that. For example, just above that in the table, there is a project that is proposing only 13 townhomes, but their proposed, or that they're noticing, would more than quadruple in terms of the number of noticing cards and cost associated. So it was a significant range in terms of the change and impact of that, depending on location.
But even that one, you're talking about a $300 difference on something with a multi-million-dollar development cost. Isn't that right?
Correct, and this is why we provided the information, so that can be part of your discussion.
Yeah, I would just, I don't want to get into comments yet, but I would like to at least understand whether we think these are real financial impediments, because it seems to me the impediment is about the public knowing about these things, not the financial part of it. But yeah.
Mr. Paulson, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you, through the mayor. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. To add on to what Ms. Armour mentioned, I think, obviously when we think of noticing an increased number of cards, we think, well, what's that cost really going to be? Not having known what those numbers are, I think it was a great question. That's why we brought forward these numbers. And, in a big, grand scheme of things, are these numbers anywhere near exorbitant? I would tend to agree with you that they are not.
Okay, Vice Mayor. Okay, I'm going to go to Councilmember Rennie, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. My question is, when I look at these numbers, they seem a little bit low. If you consider staffing costs. So my first assumption is that they're not including staffing costs. If they are including staffing costs, or perhaps we can keep staffing costs down by having, not as much work to prepare a mailer, such as having sort of a standard form that says, a pre-application has been made, go here to see the progress of it as it changes over time, and then you just, so the question is, does this include staffing costs, and are you thinking that it'd be some very streamlined, reusable postcard?
Thank you for that question. This does include a 10% administrative cost with each of these estimates. So there is an estimate in terms of the staff cost that would be needed for preparation of the cards and mailing them.
And so that preparation really is kind of reusing a template that you've developed, not having to start from scratch each time so that it takes less time?
Thank you. Yes, it would be a standard template. We would put some customized language to describe the project, as we do with any of our noticing cards, or at least that's what was envisioned in the estimate of these numbers.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, Mayor. The staff report talks a little bit about this, but one thing I've been thinking about with this is what these would actually look like and what we would tell people about these projects, because I think this is definitely a balancing act here between wanting to make sure people are informed and noticing and letting people, be able to weigh in on this. But I think there's, one thing I've been thinking about as I've talked to people about SB 330 is trying to avoid giving people false hope or assumptions about what this will actually look like. Because a lot of, on a lot of these, if there is likely, while the actual plans might change, there's likely to be redevelopment of some kind. And so I wanted to get staff's perspective on what your understanding of the public's ability to influence the process for streamlined projects like this. How, because how I've been, communicating with people is when you can weigh in directly to the developer before there's a formal application, they might budge because they, feel like it. But are there requirements from developers about being responsive to community feedback around this, or how is that going to actually work?
Thank you for that question. I can speak to what our process currently is with development projects. With any development project, even when it's just the replacement of a single-family home, we do ask applicants to reach out to the neighbors, to share the proposed plans and get feedback, and provide a summary to staff what outreach they did and how they've responded to any concerns or feedback that they have received. And we will continue to do that on these projects as well. Given the state laws for some of these larger projects, when there is housing involved, there will be restrictions on what kinds of modifications could be required by the town as part of the review process. So when we think of some of the discretionary projects that we have reviewed in the past through the public comment and public hearing process, the projects often did change or were scaled back from what was originally proposed. In these cases, if it is not based on an objective standard that the town has adopted, then there may be limitations on what kinds of changes can be required. However, as I said, we will continue to encourage outreach and engagement with the neighbors because early in the process is the best time to receive that feedback and incorporate it if it is possible.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Isdell?
Thank you. I think this is such an important topic. When I was looking at the numbers for the noticing, I was expecting it to go up 9x because of the area, but obviously when you go from 300 to 1,000 feet, in a lot of cases there's empty lots or other areas, so it doesn't quite scale. In some cases, I think we're just sort of being arbitrary because these big projects will impact people beyond that 1,000-foot area. And, one of the things I'm grappling with is how do we best inform our community about projects, because someone may not live there, but it may be near their kids' school, or it may be next to a park that they use, or, it may be on a route that they drive. So it's always hard to know what is important to any given resident. The other thing is early engagement will be important for our residents, and yet I would be hesitant to want to notify people about every single pre-application, because as we look at what is unfolded, we have, in one case, three different pre-applications on one site at Capri. We have 2 different pre-applications at the post office, and what I would be concerned about, in addition to the cost, is if someone's notified for 3 different projects on one site, that could lead to a lot of confusion, a consideration like, oh my gosh, are all 3 of these happening, or which one, and a lot of angst. And so, some of the ways I'm thinking we're going to need to notice people is keeping up and having a really robust website, getting people to sign up for Notify Me. And one of the things that I thought about was maybe, and I think staff asked about this, maybe a periodic reminder to people to check, there are pre-applications and applications coming forward, a description of the process, here's where you look to get the latest information. Because we could be notifying people about a pre-application or an application that then falls out and never happens. And people will then be wondering, when is the hearing? What happened? Did I miss it? It's going to be hard to counter a lot of misinformation. There's people on Nextdoor already talking about certain pre-applications as if they're signed, sealed, and delivered, commenting that this has already been approved. So I want to make sure that people know what could potentially be coming and what they can do. The other concern I have is that not all developers are going to do public outreach. So I do think it'll be important to have the developers' information there so people can reach out to them. Certainly with the two projects that we feel are the most certain to happen, both Summerhill and Grosvenor have done outreach. And I'm not seeing a similar level of outreach by the other really big projects. And so I want to make sure that our residents know that they're going to have to be proactive. There may not be a neighborhood meeting organized by a developer who's going to do something along the boulevard, or there may, but we all know from experience if people wait until the full application comes in, and with these streamlined rules, there's less latitude than there would be with a pre-app. So these are the things that we're trying to grapple with, like how do you get people engaged early without panicking them? How do we not send out notices for projects that may just vaporize or be replaced 3 times? I'm not answering your questions, but these are the things I'm sort of trying to think about. And I don't know if staff had advice on that in terms of how we get people to just keep looking.
Thank you for those observations, and I think they are very useful ones to consider, and that is part of the reason that we provided the suggested questions to help the council kind of identify some of these issues and concerns that need to be considered in terms of developing direction on this item.
And I would just add that in the staff report, staff did provide some options for town council, including a periodic town-wide mailer. So that way there's not a project-specific mailer, but rather once in a while we do a little postcard saying, remember, sign up for Notify Me, check the website for information, et cetera. So there might be other approaches that the council might want to consider for large development projects, including the SB 330.
Vice Mayor? Oh, I'm sorry, did you finish?
Yeah, so through the mayor, what I was going to say is I am definitely tending toward wanting the periodic noticing, getting residents engaged and looking to the website so they can see the updates, so we don't have to mail like every couple days if something happens. And I also want to make sure that people throughout the entire community are paying attention to these projects so they understand where they're happening and how they're happening. And so, as we talk through this, my preference is for a less specific mailer that happens periodically that brings people to very specific information on the town website.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, we had some of this conversation last time, and I wanted to bring back some of the reasons why I think it's important for our residents to be informed, and why I don't think that encouraging them to go to a website is sufficient. We had some neighbors here last time, and they basically were found out about a project on their backyard, and I just don't think we want to be in the business of trying to sneak development past our residents. The other thing I think is that often the residents have information that even our planning department is unaware of. For instance, light intrusion, traffic patterns, flow of water, including flooding, and other times we saw this on the Planning Commission. They have knowledge often of the trees that might be removed. These are items that are typically brought forward after the story polls go up and after people are noticed. The story polls are essentially self-notifying, and we've eliminated a lot of the story polls. So the other consideration is about the 1,000 feet is that I think that will bring in residents on arterial roads that may be impacted by a development. If you just look at the examples that were in, and I appreciate seeing those examples, the difference is that the 1,000 foot would in many cases, bring in an arterial so that people would know about what was happening. And then, finally, with the analysis now, I think the cost of notification is insignificant relative to the cost of development. And therefore, the cost is not an impediment. And so this argument that we've had from the state that we have to remove these things because they're financial impediments, I really don't think it's about a financial impediment. I think it's about a citizen awareness impediment. And when citizens are aware, they may object, or they may bring forward information, or they may bring alternatives. And these things affect their lives deeply. So I think that we need to pursue a policy. I appreciate the questions, and I've given some thought to those. I could go through those, or I could put a modified motion in front for the council to discuss.
I'd be interested in the motion, but I would just like to comment that even if we think, a project will vaporize, or it may vaporize, or it may change, that's what happens at the Planning Commission level anyway. At least when I was on the Planning Commission, we would see projects come forward, and not too often they went away, but they change over time. So to me, that's not a concern. I am concerned about the message to the residents. I think these SB 330 applications, almost every single one of them is going to be probably at least 3 stories. So if we can put some limitations on it where it's not a hindrance, for example, the town attorney had opined that we could possibly designate a certain height or floor area or density, that might work. But I'm going to defer to the vice mayor and see what his motion might be. Councilmember Risto, did you want to comment in the meantime?
Yeah, can I make a couple comments? One is we're certainly not going to be sneaking development by. I think it's a question of when residents get noticed. So, just a clarification, when a project actually becomes a project and starts in the process, we will be notifying, just like we would with any project. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry. When a pre-application becomes an application, becomes a project, and it's going to start through public hearings, we will always notice, correct?
Correct. That's required by town code and state regulations.
Okay, so I think the question for me is, before that happens, how much sooner and how much more broadly do we notify people? And I would like people to know when there's a pre-application, but I don't necessarily think we want to be noticing people on a pre-application, because those are the ones that may or may not become projects. But it looks like Director Paulson wants to.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just want to make sure it's clear. The noticing that happens, we ask the applicants when they submit a formal application to reach out to the neighbors. That actual public notification doesn't happen until 10 days or maybe a little bit more prior to the public hearing. So we've gone through all the technical review at that point to some of the comments I've heard this evening as far as getting that done early. But I just want to make sure that was crystal clear.
Okay, that's helpful, because I do think, I agree with the mayor that most of these projects are going to be at least 3 stories. And so, some of the questions that were brought up, like, we're not going to want to require noticing for, a duplex maybe, excess noticing. But I do think anything that's like, we can talk about the details, but 4 stories or higher should probably be townwide noticing. And then the question is, how do we notice the town? If we do a townwide notice on a pre-application, we're going to be sending notices out all the time. But I think when it becomes an application, how do we routinely notice people to pay attention to the updates?
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about the noticing that occurs. What's the distance from the project that's noticed?
The public noticing that is sent out prior to public hearing is a 300-foot noticing unless it's in the hillsides.
Okay, thank you. So I think my motion addresses a different amount, and it also I could read it, and then we could put it on the screen maybe after that. But just to my motion, let me just say my motion would be, because I'd like to see if there's other modifications to it, is to amend the policy to state that whenever a pre-application or formal application for development of more than 15 units, including but not limited to SB 330 and builder's remedy application, is received or scheduled for a hearing, that residents within 1,000 feet will be notified and provided access to information in the visual renderings, signs, and the application itself. And then the other part would be that further, if a project changes significantly, there will be re-notification. And finally, of course, fees should be recovered. I think. Yeah.
Is the proposal for the additional 1,000 feet, if the project is over 15 units, is the proposal that occur when the preliminary application is submitted? Or is the...
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be when a pre-application or formal application for development of more than 15 units. And yeah.
So not both, just one or the other? Like...
Yes, and I think that would cover it, because if it changed significantly between the pre and the formal, then that would trigger another notification. But one or the other.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. So question about that, and that I think the attorney asked one question. I was thinking, so if the town sends out a notification with a pre-application, and that pre-application, then that serves as notice and people will know to follow it. And if it becomes an application and then moves forward, it doesn't need to be noticed again until the hearing starts? Is that the intention of the motion?
That's the intention, unless it changes significantly.
Right. So my question then is, what is significant? And if it just falls off, if it doesn't become an application and it goes to nowhere, do we have to notice people of that? Or will they just, if they're following it, they'll see on the website that pre-app lapsed?
Well, my thought was, if somebody receives the notification, that would trigger them to start following it on the website. And, it would be nice to update the website to show the ones that have fallen off or expired. But I don't think we would have to re-notify that something has expired, because they've been noticed about it and they know where to go at that point.
Okay, so, I would want to make sure there's a link to the website. The other thing is, what is a significant change? Would it be a number of floors, a square, for example, like the post office, the first pre-application is for a 7-story building. The next one was for 4-story buildings. And so as it steps down, would that trigger another notification? And they both exist, right? Neither one has disappeared?
Well, there is a standard in the pre-application statute that says if an applicant's project changes by 20% or more in terms of the square footage or the units, they lose the vesting. So that's a standard that's out there.
Okay, so then through the mayor, so that means the project at a pre-app can't really change significantly, or it has to become a new project. But I guess what I'm grappling with is, we have at least 2 sites that have more than one pre-application on that site. Well, so will there be a notice for each one? And then, so people within 1,000 feet are getting 3 notifications for Capri, and people within 1,000 feet of the post office are getting 2 different notifications?
Vice Mayor?
It was my intention that they would be notified on an application basis, not on a site basis. However, I think the notification could say that there is already another proposal for that site, so that they're aware of that. But it was, yeah, the motion was on an application basis rather than a site basis.
I would just like to add that once, the notification has gone out to begin with, I think it's the responsibility of the recipient to kind of follow the project. Regardless, Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I'm worried about, like, Capri. I think this is new for all of us, right? It's new for residents, and they're trying to figure it out. Using Capri as an example, I think if somebody got 3 postcards, they'd be super confused. I don't think that would be helpful. So I like the idea of, I'm sort of struggling with this because I think there's the idea of the townwide mailer is a good one because I think we can inform the whole community about sort of what's going on, where you can see projects. You can look up your address and see, is there a pre-application, is there an application? But I hear the vice mayor's concern that there's a lot of folks that are going to be impacted by these developments that probably wouldn't do that and wouldn't know. And so some sort of direct mailer does make sense. I think maybe I'm getting a little bit more hung up on what we're going to tell them in that. I guess maybe it's just an FYI, but I think we have to, I don't know, I'm struggling with how we justly inform the community in a way that is honest about what is going on and how they can influence the process.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So the problem, sounds like there's several things to consider, but the legal problem I saw was part of the motion was that we should be recovering the fees. And my understanding from reading the staff report is in order to recover fees from a pre-application, we have to justify it as being significantly different than, it talked about, above certain heights and so forth. And what I don't see in this motion is something that allows us to recover the fees. For example, the only thing is, if it's more than 15 units, that's not unusual enough to, I think, and so probably this is a question back for the attorney. I don't think that's enough to justify asking for the fees. We may want to put something in instead, if it exceeds the height of the zone limit or something to that effect. So I guess the question to the attorney, am I correct that that portion of the motion really can't occur unless we beef up the motion some more?
So all of this is uncharted territory, but knowing what I know, my recommendation would be to have a higher standard for requiring the additional notice. And then one thing I wanted to mention is typically when the town sends out the public hearing notices for the planning application, it will have the date and time of the public hearing. And I think what's contemplated is to send out one notice either for the preliminary application or for the actual planning application. And I think the town, just thinking this through, I think the town will always need to send the additional notice for the actual planning application because only at that point in time will the town know when the public hearing will occur.
Councilmember Rennie, okay, your hand is down now. Councilmember Estelle.
Yeah, I think that gets that. Hopefully, Councilmember Hudis is thinking about that.
Councilmember Estelle.
Thank you. And I think one of the things that Councilmember Rennie brought up that I was thinking about is in terms of triggering noticing, instead of number of units, I would rather see it be based on either exceeding the height limit, somehow exceeding what's expected in the zone. Because, for example, the post office pre-application for the townhomes, I don't know if that is more than 15 units. Is it? Okay. There's some others that are fewer that people might care about in this scheme. So I'm not sure. I don't have a problem with the number of units, but what I would think should trigger it more is excess height or, lack of setbacks or something else where it's exceeding what we've zoned it for. For example, if somebody wants to put, anyway, that's where I'm going. I'm not sure, maybe I haven't thought about it as thoroughly as the vice mayor, but I'm not sure the number of units is a metric that would work for me, because if somebody proposes something that's, 10 stories high with 1 unit on each floor, that wouldn't trigger it. So that's where I'd be concerned.
Yeah, okay, Councilmember Moore.
No, if you want to comment, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the height as well. That's what grabs people. It's the height. The height blocks the views of the hills. I'd be more concerned about that. I even see, with multifamily housing, I've seen, you've got a fourplex, but then I also see there are 2-story fourplexes. So then you've got the 8 units. But then maybe you've got another stack of 4 units on top of that. So then you've got 12, but now you've got a 3-story building that might not be acceptable to somebody. So I'd rather see this kind of tied in with height in some way, shape, or form. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I think, Councilmember Rennie and the town attorney's suggestions are ones that I would support. I think so on the height, I agree. I think that the height makes sense. I do come back to, I don't want to give people the impression, though, that they're necessarily going to be able to knock down the height through the process. I know this is all untested, right? But I think in that, we need to say, you need to email the developer, not wait for the planning commission meeting, because at the planning commission meeting, you're unlikely to be able to knock down the height. So I think that's one thing. And then before we got to voting on this, I would want to get the town attorney's opinion. I don't know if we're going to amend the motion a little bit with the height, but I would want the town attorney's kind of thoughts on how risky we're being here.
Vice Mayor has his hand up, so it might has to do with his motion.
I just wanted to say it's not a motion yet, so I'm making some changes as I'm listening.
Okay. Did the town attorney want to weigh into Council Moore's inquiry?
Knowing what I know now, I would say that a standard that required the additional noticing when a project is proposing height that exceeds the height that's allowed in the zoning district would be defensible. And then one other thing I wanted to offer in response to Councilmember Moore's thoughts on what to tell people in the notice. It might be helpful to have a brief description of what SB 330 means and what the limitations on the town are.
Councilmember Moore?
Right. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think, I'm sure you, for the town attorney, I'm sure the idea will be to reference the statute in some way. And I also think it'll be important to say in plain language, the development, and this is not the exact words, this is incredible, this will be inarticulate, but something to the effect of the development process that you're used to, that you might have gone through or expected with the North 40 or other projects in the past, that has changed because of these state laws. This is different now. And you are, the ways that residents are able to interact in the process is, because of state streamlining, is, restricted. And so I think being honest with the community, the idea here is to be honest with the community, right? I think that's what we're trying to do. And so I think being honest about what what these state laws do is going to be an equally important part of that.
Okay, any further comments? I know Vice Mayor is thinking and typing. Councilmember Ristow.
I had a question that I forgot to ask earlier, and it's not going to affect my decision, but we have the numbers on samples with 300-foot and 1,000-foot radius. What is the cost to email or to physically mail to the entire town? When we send out, I'm sure we sent out information about the general plan and the housing element. What is the postage cost on that?
Thank you for that question. We did actually include an estimate for that in the staff report under the townwide mailer. What we'd done for the general plan and housing element updates mailers that we've sent was approximately $10,000.
So I have a follow-up question on that. So how many mailings did that include? Is that a one-time mailer for the 10,000?
That's a one-time mailer being sent to property owners, residents, business owners throughout town.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I would just add, I think the townwide mailer is important, but it serves a different purpose. And so I think that in eliminating story polls, which are self-notifying, we need to do something on notification that addresses people who will be most directed. So I have a few changes. I could send those over and maybe turn that into a motion. Let me just...
While you're doing that, I have one more thought. So looking at this SB 330 preliminary application statute, it says a preliminary application is deemed submitted when they've met 17 factors and they've paid the permit processing fee. And so I think if the town is interested in going toward the mailed notice for the preliminary applications, I think that the town would need to be sending the mailers rather than the applicants and collecting a fee for doing that based on what the statute provides.
Vice Mayor?
So isn't that kind of the normal process on notification? The developer doesn't send the notice, the town sends a notice. So I would assume that would be the case.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, and maybe as the Vice Mayor is prepping the motion, I don't know that we ever sort of resolved this like 4X problem of increasing the because I mean I'm with the Vice Mayor on the actual number. The $500 versus the $80 or whatever maybe isn't a huge deal, but is that room for litigation? Is it, could someone sue us because they think that 4X, that 5X is worthy of a lawsuit?
So, as I'm sure you've heard, anyone can sue for anything. I think, a court would probably be unlikely to find that, the $500 was a deterrent. I did consult with Goldfarb on this, and they raised an excellent point. I mean, there are some communities that are having their housing elements decertified. And so, as the town is thinking about next steps, we just want to make sure not to take steps that would lead HCD to believe that the town's not serious about implementing the housing element.
Sorry.
Yeah, I would just react to that if the state legislature wanted to eliminate notification, they should legislate that. If they want to eliminate story polls, they should legislate that. Imposing a fee of $200 or $300 on a development cannot be considered in any reasonable terms as a hindrance to that development. So, if HCD wants to fight over that, I think it's worth having a conversation with them. because I can't think that it would be reasonable. The only thing that this is eliminating these is accomplishing is keeping people in the dark. So I think it's worth taking the chance that we notify our residents.
Councilmember Moore?
I completely agree with the noticing. My thought would be more on what would come out to several $1,000s worth the town absorbing and just charging for the 300. I think that through all of this, if we learned anything from the North 40, we have to be really careful about not getting sued. And so if I'm just trying to think through if we want to charge for the 300 and pay for the 700, does that cover us at all? Or is this isn't a big enough deal?
The most conservative course of action would be for the town to pay for the extra noticing if it's tied to the SB 330 preliminary applications.
And if I may, through the mayor, what we're talking about really is 2 notices. So right now we're talking about an initial notice that has no legal requirement. This is something the town would be requesting and requiring of all projects, however they end up being defined in the ultimate motion. We would still need to do the 300-foot noticing when we have a hearing date and we're ready to go. So it's not a delta of 700 feet. It's really a delta of a whole additional notice.
And so that raised another point. I think for the second type of notice, the increased notice, if it's over a certain height, when we're talking about the actual public hearing notice, that I think the town is totally on solid ground to charge that cost to the applicant.
Right. Okay. So that makes sense. So I guess we don't have a defined cost on this initial noticing. Then yeah. Okay. This is helpful. I'm just really trying to think through if a developer might make a stink about this.
Vice Mayor?
I just sent a revised draft to look at. This one I would put into a motion. I'll read it while we're projecting it. So I move to amend the policy to state that whenever a pre-application or formal application for a development of 3 stories or more, including but not limited to SB 330 and Builder's Remedy application, is received or scheduled for a hearing, that neighbors within 1,000 feet will be notified and provided access to information in the visual renderings, signs, and the application itself. Further, if a project changes significantly, there will be re-notification. Fees will be recovered wherever possible. Notice will include a brief explanation of SB 330 and current development process.
Councilmember Moore?
I guess I'll wait for a second. I have a question.
Well, I'll second that. Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, question for the maker of the motion. Is there a reason you went with 3 stories or more instead of exceeds height for the zoning?
Yes, because I'm not. We've rezoned quite a few sites for development that are in our site inventory, and I'm not sure what those are, and I think that those deserve notification.
Okay, I think more than what we've zoned for makes more sense for me, because I mean the mayor also talked about, you know, an instance where you have a tall duplex next to, yeah, I don't know. I think that to me it just is more elegant to have it be, you know, I think the whole goal here is to notice people for what would be unusual, what they wouldn't be expecting to be possible under kind of current town zoning.
If you're quoting the mayor, my suggestion was the 3 stories.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, there we have the motion. And we have a Jennifer Armour, please.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I just wanted to identify the fact that with the additional text that's described here, describing explanation of SB 330 and current development process, it is likely that that will not fit on the noticing cards that we use and that these costs were based on. And so would likely require then a letter format within an envelope, and that does add to the cost and time for the project. So just so that the council is aware.
Vice Mayor.
Could something of, you know, like 2 sentences address that with referring people to the website where there's a little more in-depth discussion about what SB 330 and the current development process is?
Thank you for that question. I think we can work on that. My concern was just as it's described right now, a brief description of SB 330 and the current development process sounded like more than a couple of sentences, so I wanted to make sure we had clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering about that. You know, it could maybe say a reference to SB 330 with a link to the town website or something like that. It might have to be more than that. You know, state housing laws have changed. You know, streamlining occurs. Go to the website to learn more or something. But I think, you know, that could potentially come back to us, but just a way to alert people that they need more information to understand what has changed.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm prepared to draft a text of this tonight, but I think Councilmember Moore's sentiment that we should tell people a little bit about the process and make them aware that it's very different than what they've seen before. Try to do that in a couple of sentences and then refer them to the website would, I think, try to accomplish that. But I think it's important that we say something that doesn't, you know, leave them with the impression that this is going to be exactly like what they've seen before.
Councilmember Moore?
So I like all that. I think that's all good. I am hung up on the height, though. That when I said I supported the height change, this was not. I don't think this is what my intention was. I think that 3 stories or more is a lot of development, and it's a lot of what we rezoned for and intended to build. I think that what I'm really trying to you know, have people understand is when there's a 7-story home proposed or a 7-story building right behind their fence. I think that the standard noticing process for a project that fits well within our zoning regulations is perfectly fair. I don't know that a standard, you know, 3-story condo project needs to be noticed in this special way. So I guess you could, I would maybe support more than 3 stories, but I think we rezoned a lot of the town to 35 feet on purpose.
I would just add that if you have a 1-story building and next door all of a sudden there's a 3-story building, you are going to get a lot of angry neighbors. And I can just tell you, I've spent 7 years on the Planning Commission, 3 years up here. I like the 3-story requirement. But we do have a motion and a second. I'm not sure what Councilmember Rennie's sentiments are, if he wants to chime in or if we should do a roll call. Okay, let's try a roll call vote then. Did you want to chime in, Councilmember Rennie, or should we go with the roll call?
I'm okay with it the way it is. I think I would have preferred exceed but I can go with the 3 stories.
Okay, let's try a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Isto?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye. Passes unanimously. Very good. We can close this item out and now move to item number 18, which is to discuss and provide direction on objective design standards. Welcome again, Ms. Armour. Stay there, Ms. Armour. We're anxious to hear from you again.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This item is an opportunity for Town Council to discuss and provide direction on potential modifications or additions to the town's objective design standards. On February 13th, the Town Council discussed its strategic priorities and added an update to the town's objective design standards. The town worked from 2019 to 2022 to develop objective design standards. In the discussion on February 13th of this year, several topics were mentioned as potential modifications or additions. Some additional information was provided about each of those in the written staff report. The staff report also provides some suggested questions to support Council's discussion. We have those questions available to be shared as a PowerPoint presentation if that would be helpful. This concludes staff's presentation, but we'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. So I'm looking at the options here that were given to us. So if we were to make a comment on architecture and require a style, or dictate particular styles, and what if we wanted to demand a style that might be of higher quality, making it maybe more expensive to build, would that be considered a hindrance in building and get us into trouble with the HCD?
I mean, if the town were to adopt a standard that said must be 100% marble, probably. But if it were, I mean, I'm exaggerating, like some really expensive material. But if it's within the realm of reason, I think it could be defended.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I think one of the things that I think was the most disappointing to me about the referendum on the general plan was the fact that we lost the community design element. I think that the anti-housing or anti-development folks that were pushing for that have really, put us in this position where we don't have these strong architecture guidelines. So my question is, would it be possible to take significant parts from the community design element, the rescinded 2040 community design element, and put them into our objective standards?
Thank you for that question. If the council wishes for us to reopen this document and do additional work, that could definitely be a source for future discussion. As stated in the staff report, there's some concern that this may be very difficult to make that into objective, especially given the diversity of architectural styles currently in town.
Councilmember Moore?
And so a follow-up on that as I've been thinking about this, I think that we've, now that the housing element has been considered to meet state guidelines, my sort of impression is that we've probably gotten the lion's share of major development, applications. I could be wrong, but that's a thought. And so I think this is somewhat time sensitive. And so my question is, and it's probably self-evident, but it seems like the more ambitious we try to get with these objective standards, the less likely they probably are to be able to be applied to development proposals that are currently in the pipeline. Is that fair?
Thank you for that question. Any development of additional objective standards would not apply to the current vested applications that are in process. So it would only be for future, and given the hoped for timeline for getting the approval of the housing element, it's unlikely that we would return with any specific language for adoption prior to the end of that process.
Got it. Okay, that was a misunderstanding. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Based on discussions we'd had previously, it seems as though these objective standards would apply to new applications, or, you know, the very high possibility that some of the pre-applications and even the formal applications will drop out and be resubmitted, and then they would be subject to these standards. Is that right?
That is correct. We have seen that 4 of the preliminary applications that were submitted under SB 330 have expired at this point, but it would only apply to those that were submitted or had to come in with a new application after the adoption of any additional design standards.
So I wanted to go back to the information of the discussion with Barbara Kautz on September 12th, 2023, when we did our study session, and run through some that relate to what's in the staff report. I don't know what the right time is to do that. I don't think we've taken public input yet.
Yeah, I would recommend that I open public comment, although I doubt that we have anybody, but do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, so I am going to close public comment, go back to the Vice Mayor. I see Councilmember Rennie's hand up as well, so we'll start with the Vice Mayor and go to Councilmember Rennie. Unless you have a quick one, Councilmember Rennie.
I can go first, sure.
Okay.
Well, now the question went out of my head. Hold on a sec. Actually, let me come back to me.
Okay. Vice Mayor, were you ready yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I asked Ms. Kautz about 6 different types of standards, and asked her opinion about whether those could prevail as objective standards. And I'll start with the ones that she said yes to, but they would require work. One is architectural style. Another one is view standards. Another one is standards within the WUI. Another one is dark sky light standards. Another one is high quality building design. And I believe, because I listened to the tape again, her response was that all of those could be turned into objective standards with some work. The one that she was less positive about was hillside views. And to go through the examples that I raised on architectural style, that included Palo Alto and San Bruno. View standards that included Grover Beach and Pismo Beach. The WUI, the example was Morgan Hill. The dark sky is Santa Cruz. High quality building design is Santa Cruz. So those were the examples of places that had written objective standards. Of course, we don't know how well they've held up in the court, but they have written them and adopted them. And That was the reason why I didn't support the objective standards that we adopted in 2022 or early 23, because I felt those were much too limited. They were what I would call tape measure standards, and additional ones. And by the way, this is not a new topic. We started working on this when I was still on the Planning Commission, and we had a subcommittee working on objective standards and asked that some of these be pursued. And so that's, the other point I wanted to make is that this is what we have to hang our hats on for future SB 330 applications, are the objective standards that we have. And having some development that's more consistent with the existing architectures in town, the existing neighborhoods. These are things that other communities have adopted to guide their development. And so that's where I feel strongly that we need to do some additional work in these areas.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Moore. Oh, I'm sorry. I think Councilmember Rennie had his hand up. We're going back to you, and then in the order that I just stated.
Thank you. So what my question was, I'm trying to figure out, in the old way of doing things, we had written general plans and guidelines and hillside guidelines and so forth, which had things in them that were very objective and things that were more subjective, but gave some guidance. I'm wondering, so now that we've got these objective standards, are the builders really just reading them and they're not reading our other documents anymore? And should we have things in the, how do we make sure that other things are being considered, even if we can't put an objective standard on it? We'd still like to influence the design if we can. Councilmember Moore's comments about losing a lot of the stuff from the community design section probably can't be made objective standards, but we'd still want them read by the developer and considered, even if we can't hold their feet to the fire. So I guess let me stop there and see what you have to say.
Thank you for that question. What I would say is that while we cannot deny a project except for noncompliance with objective standards, staff is still reviewing projects that are proposed in regards to all of the guidelines and standards that apply to that type of project. And so even the subjective ones are part of our consistency review for these projects. However, as I said, we cannot deny a project except based on objective standards. And in addition to that, as stated in the staff report, even with the objective standards, they have the opportunities through concessions and waivers in many of these cases to choose to not comply even with the objective standards.
So I conclude it's still worth what Councilmember Moore mentioned, that somehow reviving some of that community design section that we lost, even if it can't go into objective standards, at least get it moved up so that staff reviews it with the developer, even if we can't hold their feet to the fire. Thanks.
Vice Mayor? I'm sorry. I called Councilmember Ristow and then Councilmember Moore, and then we'll go back to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as I'm thinking about this, there are developers who are going to just do what they want to do, and if they take the waiver on our objective standards, there's not a lot we can do, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have it out there what we're looking for, especially if the developer's not familiar with the community or just a reminder. And so I also would like to see as much of the community design element kind of brought back so we can have that as a guidance for what we're looking for on these bigger projects. Some of the things I think about are, in the list that the Vice Mayor brought back, there's nothing objectionable about that. Architectural style, where I get stuck on that is, I think about, for example, Santa Barbara. It's easy to come up with architectural style. Pretty much everything is white with a red roof, and you can make a lot of standards around that. I'm not sure how many different architectural styles we would pick out, and then I think when somebody picks an architectural style, you want to make sure that it scales properly, because some styles are not going to look as good on a large building as they will on a small one. I would hate to limit creativity by a good architect by dictating a certain style, and if we picked only our traditional styles, we would preclude our library. I honestly think the Netflix buildings look really great. I think the fact that they're glass almost makes them disappear more. So I'm willing to have that discussion about architectural style, but I'm a little worried about having every new project then look the same as each other, because we're going to have a number of large projects, and I would hate it to look like they all landed the same year. In terms of dark sky, I know that that had sort of been a discussion during the general plan about moving forward with the dark sky ordinance. So I guess, and I know Cupertino has one, and I think a number of local cities. My question to the Vice Mayor is, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about wanting a dark sky ordinance so that we don't have light shining out, or are you talking about a specific design standard that is dark sky?
It's been a little while since I looked at it. It was from Santa Cruz, and there were two objective standards in Santa Cruz that stood out. One was their dark sky light standard, and the other was their high-quality building design standard that specified certain materials and certain window styles. And again, Ms. Couts affirmed that those could be developed, where lists of materials and window styles could be developed. With regard to architectural style, that's a more challenging one because we want multiple architectural styles, but then it's the application of where you require some consistency and where you allow where anything goes. And so that's why there's, I think, a bit more work on architectural styles. First, you have to identify certain styles, and then you have to identify what areas have to draw from those a certain set of styles that are applicable. So there's a bit of work, but again, Palo Alto and San Bruno did work on those, and I have a list of other ones. I just didn't have time to compile them, but I looked at another 8 or 10 other communities that had done these, but I couldn't really find other standards beyond these 6 that I mentioned.
Member Ristow.
Okay, thank you. And, to follow on, I mean, we did have a conversation. I think we were hoping to get to a dark skies ordinance, which would not only impact a style of a building, but kind of be a town-wide approach to how we treat lighting. Related to that, which could impact building design, would be kind of bird-safe windows, where you require cording or something in the windows so that we're not killing migrating birds. And that is something I would be interested in pursuing, because if we're going to be putting these standards in and we're going to have future buildings that are 4 or 5, heaven help us, 6 stories, I want to make sure we're not killing birds with those windows. So that would be something I'd be interested in pursuing. And then the architectural style, the other comment I have is just saying the style. Hopefully we can pull out the elements, because what I think about is, for example, sometimes somebody builds a Victorian, and instead of having the long skinny aspect ratio on the window, there's big fat, wide windows. It doesn't look like a Victorian at all to me. It looks like somebody, put some gingerbread on there made it wood and called it a Victorian. And so what I'd be curious about is how deeply we can get into that architectural style and state what makes it comply with that. Because otherwise you're just sort of having something that's sort of kind of that style or not. And then one more thing that I do get concerned about is if we make this too tight and we take away the creative freedom of a good architect, not only will we have buildings look the same, we might force something to be less attractive than it could be. And I know that, I think Beth, we've had architects come before us and talk about if we create too many objective standards, we're taking away the opportunity for somebody to give us a better product. And that is a double-edged sword because we're trying to prevent somebody from giving us something that is bland and hideous. But while we're doing that, are we stopping something from being better?
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions and then a couple of comments. So the question, my main question is, you know, we pretty recently created these new objective design guidelines, objective standards, design standards, and we created, the Planning Commission really created this sort of interesting points system. I'm curious how that's working. If that is going well, and because the intention was, you know, if you have, you know, certain kinds of architecture or facades or articulation, you get, you know, points. Is that, and the idea was to allow the developers for enough creativity to, you know, kind of still make things interesting, but create enough of these sort of, you know, things that we generally like in the developments we see. Are those working as intended or not really?
Thank you for that question. We are in the first and second reviews of the projects that these guidelines do apply to. The point system was one portion of design standards. The objective design standards, we actually have a checklist that they go through and mark whether they do comply with each of the items. It's a 10-page they're filling out. And so that's really part of our consistency review that we really are just starting on with these current projects.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how that works, because I think Councilmember Risto's points are all good ones. That I think, you know, some of the development applications and pre-development applications we've seen, I think look really good. I think some of them look like how we want them to look, and then others really don't. And so my main concern in the, you know, that I'm trying to address through these objective standards is the architecture. I think there are plenty of tall buildings that can look good. I think that if, you know, especially with good articulation and you know, doing the setbacks in intelligent ways. So I really think the architecture is important here. Because of that, I think the best, you know, direction for us this evening should be to send this back to the Planning Commission for them to weigh in on this, because I think we have an architect on the Planning Commission among people that are very experienced in this area, and I think them really, you know, delving into this deeper than I think we will get to do tonight will, you know, bring out a better product.
Mayor, may I
yes.
just make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think there's a bigger question for the council with the objective standards, and it really comes down to workload and priorities. We're hopeful that we will have an adopted housing element, that the HCD will be able to, you know, finally certify for us. And then we have a lot of implementation programs with timelines to implement. And so if we layer then on top of that additional objective standards, we may find that we're really at capacity in terms of our staff's ability to not only deliver those projects or those programs rather, but also hire a consultant, even if it's the same consultant. If council says, we love that last consultant, we're still going to have to manage that consultant, and we're still going to have to go through a process of creating these additional standards, assuming we can find the money to do so. So I sense a lot of interest on the part of the council tonight to actually do more work, which is fine, but even as we are augmenting our staffing resources with extra capacity to handle the additional work, that's something that we're already in the process of doing. I think we have to really think realistically about how much more a planning division can actually accomplish, because dark sky and architecture, and yes, our planning commission, we're very fortunate to have that talent, but at the end of the day, we're still going to need someone to actually write the standards and get a product ready for public hearing. So I think we just have to kind of just have that reality check of, can we really absorb this now? And if council says yes, because of the SB 330 where we are, this is a super high priority, then we can go back at some point and really think about what that housing element work plan is and the ordinance work plan and everything, to make sure that we're all have a sense of what the expectations can be for delivery of everything. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that that challenge, and I think it has to, any work on objective standards has to be considered in the context of the implementation plan of the housing element. It's one of the reasons why I thought it would, when we talked about the general plan, that we leave it alone and don't put effort into redoing that. I would somewhat disagree about the community design element having much more, having served on the Planning Commission and used what is in the existing general plan in terms of architectural standards and guidelines, neighborhood compatibility. I actually think there's quite a bit in there that addresses these things, but they're not expressed in objective terminology. And this is where we got into trouble on the North 40, is that we hadn't taken the step of turning language into objective language, even though it could have been done. And so I think it's very important work that we do. I think it's what will really make the difference in term, and when I say it, I mean working on our objective standards, because it will make the difference between a real disaster of the way this town will look in 5 to 10 years and something that is much more consistent with the character of our town, with the neighborhoods that we have, and the reason why a lot of people moved here, and why people will move here in the future. So I understand that it's a lot of work, and I understand that's why we've deferred a lot of this for 4 or 5 years now, but I think now is the time to weave that work in with the other things that we have to do, and do it in some stages. I'm very much in support of using the Planning Commission to do a lot of this work. I think they're very well qualified to do it, but I think the council has to set direction that we expect another set of objective standards in certain areas, and then ask the Planning Commission to go to work on those.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Manager, for keeping our excitement in the context of reality. I wonder if planning staff has a recommendation on what would be feasible, because I know that you all have already expressed that simply working on the housing element implementation programs is already ambitious because of everything that we put in there. So I'm curious, if we do want to do something on these objective standards, in the next year or so, what could make sense?
Thank you for that question. I'll start and then I'll pass it off to the director as well. I think there is concern about being able to do this work, not only with the housing element implementation programs that we're going to need to start working on moving forward with specific timelines, but also that because of this additional work that we've been doing and the projects that are coming through, there's been limited capacity to start working on implementation programs from the general plan. For example, implementing the bird safe design and dark skies that were in the environment and sustainability element of the general plan. And so it is about, what those priorities are and what can be done. But as I said, I will also defer to the director for more.
Thank you, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So I would agree with Ms. Privetti and Ms. Armour. However, that being said, I think the next step for us is staff isn't going to prepare these. We're going to have to prepare an RFP that speaks specifically to these 6 or however many topics we have for modification of the objective standards. And then we go through that process and see how successful we are in getting a competent consultant to deal with that. Or we re-engage with the former consultant, as Ms. Privetti asked, to get their feedback. Many of these topics were discussed at many meetings, including subcommittee meetings. We did actually go through to the Vice Mayor and to Councilmember Moore. The community design element in the 2040 general plan was one of those documents we went through, and we tried to make everything as objective as we could, but it really is more of a form-based code kind of tact that we ended up getting to make sure that it was truly objective. But then we've got a lot to do, and obviously it gets frustrating on everyone's part that even if we go through this extra effort and all the effort we went through before, even when we have a housing element, even when builder's remedy is no longer in play, no one has to follow our objective standards. So from a staff perspective, that's challenging as well. But again, we're willing to move forward with whatever council's direction is. The next step for us would be either re-engaging with the former consultant, see if that's something they're willing to take on, and or going out for an RFP.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Okay, that's all super helpful. Thank you. So with all of that being said and all of that in mind, I don't know that this would be a priority for me right now. I think, and maybe we can talk about paring down. Instead of doing 6, we can do 2 or something. But I think I have seen the news about communities, certified housing elements falling out of compliance, and I think that is obviously that would be a much bigger worry to our community, I think, than some of the things here. So I just don't want to ask something that is impossible of our staff.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I think given the constraints, I don't want to give up on this completely. If we can have this discussion, but if I look at this list of 6. If I could just pick one, I would either pick architectural style or high quality design to the extent that we could define it. And I'm just wondering, from a staff capacity point of view, I would guess the answer is it's easier if we just pick one topic as opposed to all 6 of these. And I think dark sky will get taken care of under an implementation program anyway. But what does that mean? Like if we were to decide that we just wanted to revisit architectural style or try to define high quality design?
Thank you for that question. I think it really will depend. I think architectural style, as we discussed, is much more complex. If high quality design means listing some specific materials, for example, that would be considered high quality design. But I think we would need to take a look at the examples that have been discussed to see what those actually look like, and then would be looking for a consultant to provide advice and expertise as to what types of things could be used and truly objective.
Yeah. So to follow on, to me, because this is when a developer talks to me, I tell them, one of the most important things is don't give us an ugly building, right? It's going to last for a long time. So if I were going to just pick one, I would say high quality design. And having talked to 2 different developers, their comments were the best way to make a building look beautiful or look different, it's focus on the windows. But I think, if we can come up with certain aspects, given that a developer could just decide we don't have to follow your rules because we're going to use that, I'm hoping somebody will. And if I would, so I'll just put this out to the council. If I'm willing to scale back to just one item, and that would be high quality design and coming up with objective standards for that.
Okay, is that a motion then?
I guess okay, well, sure. Yeah, I'll make a motion. I move that we ask staff to do the work to look for a consultant if necessary and come back with objective standards that we can discuss around high quality design.
Councilmember Moore?
I'll second for discussion, and then I have some additional questions or comments. I'm not totally understanding the developers can just ignore these. Can staff explain that a little bit more?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, so an example is that through density bonus law, with certain levels of affordable housing in a project, they get a certain number of concessions and waivers. In fact, in many cases, I believe the waivers is not a limited number, and they can waive standards that would preclude them from basically designing the project they want to design. So that's kind of the high level general description, though if you want more detail, we could get more into that.
Councilmember Moore?
That's helpful. So are we seeing folks, has anyone gotten far enough in the process yet to start using those waivers or not yet?
Yes, we have had those listed specifically in some of the formal applications we've received. Waiving
Objective standards?
Correct.
Okay, helpful. So then I like the intent of Councilmember Risto's motion. I'm sort of thinking, maybe this is one more question to staff. Sorry, I feel like I'm all over the place on this one. I'm really trying to understand this. It seems to me that perhaps going out for one is maybe 50% of the work of going out for 6, but going out for one is probably still quite a bit of work, or could we bring back on the same contractor just for this pretty, seemingly minimal thing of high quality design? Would that be pretty easy, or is it sort of a diminishing returns thing?
Thank you for that question. One of the questions that we did pose in the staff report was whether council wished to direct us to first approach the previous consultant to continue working with them if they are willing, or if a new RFP process would be preferred. And so, yes, RFP process would be more extensive. I'll also look to the director in case he has additional notes to add.
Yeah, thank you. I think just the only thing to add is that obviously we work closely with town attorney to make sure that we are able to go directly to the previous consultant, maybe on a single source basis, given their history with this work effort. But again, whatever the council's direction is, I think from my standpoint, if we're going the RFP process, I think we probably put whatever you want in the basket from an RFP perspective, but with some caveats that one or more of these may not be pursued and it may be a phased effort.
Okay, thank you. That's again helpful. I guess I would maybe support approaching the prior contractor, and then if that doesn't pan out, maybe we have to revisit this, because if you know, it seems like the bad actors are going to waive these standards probably regardless, and the ugliest projects are going to just, I don't know that the objective standards are going to help us make the ugliest projects look better. I've seen projects proposed that I think look really beautiful, but it looks like they're meeting the objective standards. So I don't know that this is really moving the needle for us, unfortunately.
Okay, so Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I would just point out that having looked at the details of SB 35 and the North 40 application, if we had more objective standards in there, even though there were the ability for them to have some waivers, we would have ended up with a much better project. Just from in looking at the details that I spent time looking at on the Planning Commission of those applications, the things we thought we could get, we were not able to because we hadn't turned the language into objective language. In terms of the process, it seems as though there's not a lot of extra cost to look at maybe 3 of these, and I would suggest the high quality design, the view standards, and architectural styles, and we could see what the work effort is and prioritize on those 3. So that would be I think that would be valuable. With regard to approaching the previous consultant, I think they did good work, what I would call tape measure standards. And so the first thing I would do is have a conversation with them about whether they've done these type of objective standards, in their experience, not just whether they're willing to do the work, but have they actually done the work. And, if they haven't, then I wouldn't want to take a chance on a consultant that hasn't gotten something done. So then I would suggest we go to RFP looking at who did Pismo Beach, Grover Beach, Palo Alto, San Bruno, Santa Cruz. But we could start certainly with the next step of approaching the existing consultant. I think that would make sense to do that.
Councilmember Rennie, did you want to comment? I don't see your hand up, but.
Yeah, I like the idea of limiting it down. My worry is as we've said before, we got the low-hanging fruit on the objective standards. These are going to be much tougher. I think the view standards are particularly going to be tough, and I'm a little bit worried that as we add more to the list, it's going to be a long time before anything comes back, or something's going to come back that says, well, we really haven't got anywhere, and we're going to tell them to go do some more, particularly on the view standards, I think. So I'm a little bit conflicted to go up to the 3, because Councilmember Hughes is saying, well, he wants this done, but on the other hand, I feel like we're going to be trying to swallow too much, and it's, I may not even be on council anymore by the time we get these done if we put too many of them there. So I liked the idea of trying to focus in on one of them. The high quality design seemed like a really good one to do. So I'm not saying not do the others, but I like the idea of just let's focus on one and get another one done versus can we really swallow 3 of these? I suppose I can vote for 3, but I just have the feeling that we're not going to see anything anytime soon with it.
And Mayor, we have a motion on the floor for just the single item.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have the same feeling about the views one. I think the views one is not I don't think that's worth pursuing, because I think that is going to be so. I think that will impact every single development, and I think the developers are going to really want to waive that one. I don't know. I think from where I'm at on this, I think one, and then maybe going to architecture, but I would want us to try to go back to the same group. But I think if we have to go back out to a whole RFP process, I think this starts to become not worth it. I think that we just have to remember, all of the things we're asking of our team, and when, if we're saying we want this done soon, a bunch of other stuff doesn't get done soon. And so, because developers can waive these standards, especially the bad actors, I'm just starting to not think this is worth it.
Okay, so we do have a motion. So do we have a second to Councilmember Ristow's motion? You seconded it. Okay, so I am going to ask for the roll call vote. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
I wanted to offer a substitute motion.
Okay, go ahead.
But it's more limited in scope. So the motion would be to approach the existing consultant and ask for a proposal to work on high-quality building design, view standards, and architectural styles. And that would be the limited work at this point. It wouldn't be a commitment to do one of those, because, frankly, I think we need to see the proposals, and I think we need to discuss this with our outside land use attorney to see how productive they would be. I think we're kind of shooting in the dark and guessing which one would be most effective at this point. So that would be my substitute motion.
Okay, so I will second that, because it seems to me that that's a compromise between Barbara Kautz's 5 that she said that we could work on, and Council Members Ristow's 1, and then take into consideration the workload for staff. So I'm going to second that. Any comments? Councilmember Moore.
So I guess question for staff. So in your understanding of that motion, you all would go reach out to the M group and then come back to us and let us know what they said?
That was my understanding, that we would ask for a proposal based on the topics specified and likely the examples that were cited earlier for those topics, and come back to Town Council with that proposal.
Okay, so I actually think that's fine. I guess I would want within that, I would want to get an understanding from the consultant, sort of a percentage of how much work is going to be required of each of the 3, and how much of our own staff time is going to be required of each of the 3, so we can better understand what we're putting ourselves into.
And just to add on, sorry, through the mayor, with some of this, we may not be able to get that kind of specifics. For example, a topic like architecture without specifics of number of architectural styles, for example, there's probably a very significant broad range. Thank you.
The Vice Mayor had his hand up, and then Councilmember Ristow.
Yeah, the only, I agree that it would give us the information we would need to help prioritize. But I also think that even before issuing the RFP, the first step would be to ask the existing consultant whether they have experience with these kinds of standards.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Ristow, you have comments?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we talked about an RFP, but I think it would be good to talk to the former consultant. I'm just, what I'm really trying to do is play that balance of, if we feel like our objective standards aren't robust enough and we want to add something, I'm just trying to think, how can we add something that would be the most significant without going backward on time and stopping other work that we absolutely must do. I don't want to risk getting our housing element decertified if we're going to get it certified by not meeting deadlines on our implementation program. And, you know, the disheartening part is that a developer, you know, checking the right boxes or doing the right levels of affordability can just waive all of this work that we're doing. So I feel like it's this balance between how much effort do we want to put into it, knowing that this work may not be used at all anyway. And so I'm not trying to be inflexible, but I really can't support looking at more than one of these standards. So I won't be supporting the substitute motion.
Councilmember Moore.
So here's a thought on a compromise of a compromise. I mean, perhaps we could ask the consultant to give us their perspective on the timeline, staff time, staff resources, and cost on, just doing the high quality design or doing high quality design and architecture.
Councilmember Risto.
I guess the question I have is, high quality design, I guess, can be pretty subjective, but I would think a consultant can come up with building standards of what materials or shapes of things or whatever. When we get to architectural style, that will be somewhat subjective unless we tell them which architectural styles to pursue. And I just feel like that can unravel into a huge amount of discussion and hearings of which architectural styles we want, how do we define them, what are the features of each of those architectural styles. I feel like that can turn into a much more involved process than one of the other single topics.
Okay, so Vice Mayor.
One other comment. I think those things are possible. I have read the Palo Alto architectural styles and the San Bruno one. I would suggest that we all kind of get to that level, and one way to get to that level is to get some feedback from both the consultant who would do the work and our attorney, because again, I'm not comfortable saying that all of these go out the window. I would like to engage with our attorney on that topic when we get this information back. So that's why I think it would be a good idea to look at all three in a minimal step, not committing to do them, just simply getting a proposal from our existing consultant and bringing that back as a next step.
Councilmember Risto.
May I ask a question of staff? If we went forward and asked the consultant to give us some information about these three topics, how much work would that be compared to one? And then if we had that information and we decided if we wanted to pursue 1, 2, or 3?
Well, every step that we have to come back to council is more work. So I feel badly to be the naysayer here, but there's staff work to reach out to M Group. M Group's going to have to decide whether they even want to do a proposal when they don't know yet if the council's committed to doing the work. So there's that uncertainty. Some firms are, of course, we've been partners for years, happy to do a little proposal here so you can figure out if you're going to do it. Other firms are a little bit more strategic because they're like, if there's not a job at the end of doing that investment of time and thinking of a proposal, is it really worth me even doing a proposal? So there are variables along the way. So if this motion were to pass, we talk to M Group, we get their results, we talk with our town attorney and outside legal counsel, we pull together a staff report, we bring it back. It's probably August or whenever it might be. Council then has to debate it. Okay, now which of these three items do we want to do, or do we want to do two of them? Where's the money? And then, then the councils might say, yeah, here's the money, let's do it. Then we go off and start the effort. It takes months, most likely, working with the Planning Commission, community outreach. We come back, it's December, January, so all of this. But meanwhile, we also have, various housing element programs that we are going to need to be managing, as well as all of the development applications that are now starting to come in as formal applications. So, and we can, and as I say, staff's doing great work trying to augment our existing staffing resources so we can create staff capacity to do either housing element work or development project work or objective standards or whatever else council wants us to do. But at some point, that rubber band, something falls through, and with the, quite honestly, with the development applications being on a timeline, that's going to get the priority. That's always going to get the priority under permit streamlining and Housing Accountability Act and everything else. So our ability to keep up on the housing element programs, it's a real challenge for cities all over the state. This isn't unique to us. So I just, I appreciate the thoughtfulness of let's get more data, let's figure out, how we can do this to fit it in. But every step that then requires us coming back to council is workload.
Okay, so we had that motion and a second. I guess we'll go for a roll call vote then.
And to clarify, we're voting on
The substitute motion at this time.
Correct. Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
no.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye. Passes 3-2. Councilmember Ristow and Councilmember Moore opposed. All right. We're moving on to item number 19, and we still have another item after that.
Point of order.
I was going to finish with that, being that we have item 19 and item 20 still to go through. I was going to be looking for a motion to extend the time past midnight. So I will look to any of my fellow council members to see if they want to make a motion about extending after midnight. Councilmember Moore.
I'll move to extend the meeting to 12:20.
I'll second that. Let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Rennie?
I will vote aye and also ask whether we needed to clean up the last item. We still had the primary motion. Did it just die when the other one passed, or did it somehow need to be withdrawn? So aye for this motion.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye, passes unanimously. All right, let's move to item 19. I'm sorry.
Usually when the substitute motion passes, that pretty much takes care of the agenda item.
Okay, so I was moving on to item number 19, then I'm correct in proceeding as I had planned to do. So item number 19, this is to introduce an ordinance having to do with sign regulations. So I will look forward to a staff report.
Yes, so the purpose of the ordinance amendment, as you will recall, was to remove replace the content-based restrictions with content-neutral restrictions and prohibit temporary signage in medians and the area between the paved road and the sidewalk. When the council last met, what was proposed was a 90-day time limit for temporary signs. The town council was concerned about signs remaining in place for a long time after whatever they pertain to, which could include an election, has already passed. And so since the council last met, the ordinance has been revised to require that temporary signs that relate to a specific event be removed within 15 days of the date of that event. And so that is the ordinance that is before the town council for introduction.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment. We have no speaker cards. Are there any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on
I'm
Zoom.
going to close public comment and go back to council members for comments or a motion. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate the work the town attorney did to identify a potential way to remove temporary signs. And it does sound good that, you know, it's kind of in a gray area, but in terms of the content, but that shouldn't be a problem to ask for them to be removed. And the question I have, which I had asked you privately earlier, was 15 days something specific? Because what I was thinking is if it is a sign for an event, I don't see any reason for the sign to be up after the event is over. Given that we're also talking about election signs, you know, saying 1 day probably sounds pretty draconian. But if we say 7 days, if an event happens on a Sunday or Monday, somebody has the weekend to take it down if they can't do it right away. So I would be interested in knowing if we could change those 15 days to 7 days.
Yes, I put in the 15 days because that seemed like a reasonable amount of time for someone to get out there to take away a sign. And it also matched up with time limits I saw in other jurisdictions. But I do think that a 7-day time limit would also be defensible.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from council members? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think this is a terrific solution to the issue of political sign proliferation that the previous version didn't address. And so I am inclined to support the 7-day. I think that would work. And I could turn that into a motion, or perhaps Councilmember Ristow would like to do that.
Yeah, I'd like to. So I guess the recommendation is we're going to introduce an ordinance. I'd like to introduce the ordinance in Attachment 3 titled An Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending Chapter 29 Zoning Regulations, Article 1, in general, Division 3 Signs of the Town Code regarding sign regulations as recommended by the Planning Commission, with the change that the town attorney provided with language around requiring removal of temporary signs relative to a specific event, and with the change from her recommendation of 15 days to 7 days.
Vice Mayor.
Second.
All right, any comments? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote?
Sure. For the record, can I clarify which section of the ordinance that change will be made?
Oh, it looks like it's section 29.10.110 parentheses 15.
Okay. Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Ristow?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye, passes unanimously. All right, we'll move on to item number 20. And that would be SB 9 Modified Design Review Standards. Mr. Safety, it's getting late, you guys. Ryan, please go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning, commissioners. Before you are council members, before you are draft amendments to the SB 9 ordinance within Chapter 29 of Town Code. Earlier this year, Town Council heard from a local architect requesting revisions regarding that second-story step-back rule for SB 9 two-unit developments. Town Council voted to include that request within the strategic priorities for the coming years and listed the change as the first priority for ordinance amendments. Current Town Code for SB 9 requires that the interior, side, and rear elevations of the second story of a two-story primary dwelling unit be recessed 5 feet from the first story, and that's measured wall to wall. This standard was originally included in an attempt to limit potential second-story privacy impacts associated with an SB 9 development project, since SB 9 units can be placed as close as 4 feet from a side or rear property line. Additionally, the 5-foot step back decreases the mass of a 2-story SB 9 unit in accordance with the town's residential design guidelines, since only objective design standards can be used in review of SB 9 applications. Based on the diagram provided by the previous architect, also provided as Attachment 3, Exhibit 3, measuring this 5-foot step back from the structural post of a covered porch still meets the same intent that the town was looking for. On April 10th, Planning Commission reviewed these proposed amendments to Town Code to incorporate the requested second-story step-back rules, as well as other cleanup amendments that staff has identified since SB 9 was first adopted within the town. Planning Commission recommended approval of each of these amendments, identified 2 minor formatting edits regarding section headers, and recommended including a list of prohibited exterior building materials and screening requirements for ground-mounted mechanical equipment, similar to those found in the city of San Mateo. The draft ordinance in Attachment 1, as well as the redline version in Attachment 2, include those recommended edits. Public comment was received and provided within the Town Council staff report and via a desk item this afternoon. Based on the discussion provided in the staff report, staff recommends the Town Council make the required CEQA and general plan conformance findings and introduce the draft ordinance in Attachment 1. And this concludes staff's presentation. We are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from council members? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment. Do we have any hands on Zoom?
We have one hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, please go ahead.
Ernie?
Hello, I'm Harini Chilamantala, resident of the town. I applaud the town council and the staff for their diligent efforts in managing housing ordinances and the housing element, all while safeguarding the town's character. I have few comments on the draft under consideration. So the number one, please ensure that coherence in two-unit development fees and the council's vision for the two-unit development. What I mean is that in December 2022, upon town council's approval for the permanent ordinance, one of the primary units within the two-unit development was restricted to a maximum of 1,200 square foot, along with several other design specifications derived from the town's ADU code. During those sessions, council members emphasized the necessity of a maximum of 1,200 square foot size to promote affordable housing through SB 9 ordinance. The same sentiment is expressed in the housing element that was recently approved by HCD. However, if you look at the comprehensive fee schedule, it fails to align the two-unit development fees with the ADU standards for the size restricted unit. For example, the transportation impact fee, it does not differentiate between a regular primary and the size restricted primary. My appeal to the council is to establish consistency by either lifting the 1,200 square foot restriction for the two-unit development or revising the comprehensive fee schedule to accommodate ADU exemptions for the size restricted primary unit within a two-unit development. My second comment is that I support the revised step-back guidelines proposed by Planning Commission, which recognizes the structural post of a covered patio as an alternative to first floor wall. This adjustment will offer great architectural and design flexibility while ensuring neighbors' privacy remains unaffected. Finally, I request Council to take a more positive view of all those new housing laws. These laws will assist in achieving our housing element objectives, attract younger families, making the community more vibrant, and generating additional tax revenue, especially at a much higher tax base, thanks to CA Prop 13. All those funds help in building infrastructure projects and other initiatives aimed at enhancing the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further hands on Zoom?
There are no more hands on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and go back to my council members and see if there's comments. Vice Mayor?
I had two broad questions. One relates to has there been any progress in legislatively eliminating the fire hazard loophole?
Thank you for that question. The town has been keeping track, and there's nothing that we are aware of as in terms of any updates, and HCD has not provided anything either.
Okay. Second question is about the deed restriction and having SB 9 actually create affordable homes. So when we introduced our SB 9 ordinance at the beginning of the process, one of the areas of discussion, which I think it was too early, was the ability to require units to be affordable through deed restriction. It seems that housing law has moved along in that direction. Have we explored other communities incentivizing affordability in SB 9 through deed restrictions during this time? And is this something that we should be considering at this time?
So we have located 2 other jurisdictions that do have deed restricted second units. And if I remember correctly, they're the city of Sonoma and Los Altos Hills. And they require, if there's 4 units, one of the units needs to be affordable. The town's current BMR program kicks in when there's 5 units, and so the town could consider amending its BMR program to reduce the number of units where the affordability requirement starts to apply. If the town council were interested in going that direction, I would recommend that the town do a feasibility study to make sure that imposing that affordability restriction would not render these projects infeasible.
Seems like that's more work, but maybe it's something that we might consider because this whole thing about SB 9, the original intent was to create affordable housing. When Tony Atkins introduced that, but then it got watered down significantly by lobbying from the developers. And I think we may have an opportunity to actually get more affordable housing if we were to do that and consider that. I wouldn't prioritize that over some of the other things we talked about tonight. But it seems like that could be something that we could do to get more affordable housing.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say I think this is, I really appreciate you bringing this back to us. I think this is a really good example of being responsive to community feedback and really trying to address something that was an unintended consequence of an otherwise strong ordinance. So thank you very much for your work on this. I think this is great. I would not be at all interested in what, in reducing the affordability requirement from 5 to 4. That would make fourplexes you wouldn't be able to build fourplexes anymore. I think that would. Again, I'm always talking about how I live in a fourplex. If you had to require one of those units to be deed restricted affordable, I sincerely think that my building probably wouldn't have been built. The only kind of affordable housing is not. Deed restricted affordable housing is not the only kind of affordable housing. So I think that fourplexes are really important. I would not want to do that.
So I wanted to talk about a desk item that we got from architect Gary Colsat, and that had to do with the prohibited materials where the Planning Commission had discussed including exterior foam molding as a prohibited material. Yet the trade and Mr. Colsat argued that the backing is irrelevant and the inclusion of allowing it could provide for more detail, adding more character to the buildings, which is something I would think that the town would want. Would you like to comment on that desk item at all?
Certainly, I can summarize why that was included in the first place. Planning Commissioner added San Mateo's standards as a desk item for the Planning Commission meeting, and they went through each of the exterior materials and voted on which ones they wanted to include. So it happened at the Planning Commission hearing, and there wasn't much staff input.
Okay. With that, then I also had another question about the mechanical equipment, and that had to do with the air conditioning units. And it seemed like the commissioners were troubled over this particular item. Commissioner Mayer had concerns and agreed with the intent of San Mateo's standards. Vice Chair Thomas was very hesitant and commented on the ugliness of living in a condo with an air conditioning unit at her front door that drove her crazy. I would think that if we really value architectural standards and a high quality of living, that we may want to consider that we keep in what San Mateo did and include screening from view from adjacent properties. And I can also speak to the fact that I live in a townhome community, which we have an HOA. And so with SB9, you're going to have more dense housing, which is what I live in. And so you're going to hear more noise from these units. You're going to see them, which are not real attractive. And especially if you've got a hillside home that's right above you and you're down below and you've got to look at the air conditioner unit. But I know with our HOA, it's built into the CC&Rs that you cannot see other units, air conditioning units. So it just makes sense that we would want to keep that in, just kind of tightening up some standards here. I think that those are two items that if we proceed with this, I would like to take Mr. Colsatt's recommendation on the changing the prohibited material and also reconsideration of the air conditioning units from adjacent properties. I'll look to my council members. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I was also going to bring up the molding. I think regardless of what the material is under the molding, I view that sort of the way in the past, historic homes had to have wood windows. And then there were residents that came forward to HPC with a sample of each kind of window, a clad one and a wooden one, and said, okay, you tell me which is which. And if you can't tell the difference, I should be able to do this. And so I feel like that is kind of an overreach to say, no, you can't have foam there. You know, it has to be wood or plastic. And so I would like to see that removed from the list of prohibited materials when we go forward. The other is there was a letter talking about the side setback that I think made a lot of sense. I mean, going along with, you know, I appreciate the fact that we are allowing the porch to provide the edge point for the setback for the second floor. On the side setbacks, requiring a 5-foot setback doesn't make as much sense to me as just stating that the side has to be 9 feet from the property line. So if somebody chooses to be 4 feet away, then they have to have a 5-foot setback. But if the first floor is further back, then it could have a smaller setback or it could be a straight wall as long as the second floor is 9 feet away. So I thought that made a lot of sense.
Further comments? Seen none? All right. Councilmember Ristow?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do have a question. I mean, so when staff talked about the screening for air conditioning and heating, et cetera, and they talked about from streets because that's easier to regulate and it's hard to judge what's visible from somebody else. Is your request or your recommendation that you would want folded into a motion to say, no, in fact, it has to be invisible to anybody? You know, somebody's second story. I'm concerned about somebody's second story window. If something's fenced off, you know, will they see an air conditioning unit? Or are you comfortable with the staff language?
I would like to include what San Mateo did, and there's ways to screen an air conditioning unit. You could use latticed fencing.
Across the top as well?
I don't know about that, but at least from the side, at the very least. But if you're down below and you're looking up at a, you know, maybe a 3-story building that's right next to you, and the backyard is there and there's their air conditioning, you would think that when you look up, you know, there's some way that you could put some little latticed fencing around it. I mean, maybe if you look down, That's a good question. I could go to the vice mayor.
Yeah, so I think that we're talking about is the consideration of whether the view is from the street or from adjacent properties and public right-of-way. And I think that's what we're talking about right now. Staff's recommending street versus San Mateo said adjacent properties and public right-of-way. It seems like it's more challenging to enforce this from adjacent properties and public right-of-way, but it does seem like it offers quite a bit more protection and privacy and, well, not privacy, but much more aesthetics to members of a multi-unit development. So despite the challenges of enforcement, I think that from my perspective, the adjacent properties and public right-of-way, which is in the San Mateo, would be a good place to start. And if it becomes too challenging, then we could probably move to the street. But it definitely offers more more aesthetics.
Okay, we are at 12:17, and Councilmember Moore has his hand up.
I was just going to comment that I think the second story issue from a adjacent property is a real problem. You don't want to cover an AC unit. It makes it not work.
Okay, I'm going to look for a motion to extend the time past 12:20. Vice Mayor?
Move to extend to 12:30.
Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Call the question.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye. Passes unanimously. Councilmember Moore?
So I think that the suggested changes that you and Councilmember Risto said are good ones, but I think keeping the street view makes sense because I don't think you can fix what somebody looking from a second story on top of an AC unit looks like.
I think usually it's the side view of an air conditioning unit. So is there a way to put that in there?
It could be worded to say not visible from the ground level of adjacent properties or public right-of-way.
Okay, I like that. Thank you for offering that. Is there a suggestion for us?
I was just simply making a comment that with the hillside property and a slope differential, someone's going to be having to take pictures from a neighbor's property to prove that visibility will not occur. So that might be a challenge.
Councilmember Moore?
I really think the street level works well.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I don't like to make rules that can't be enforced, and so I think street level is easier to observe. You know, we can always encourage residents to screen, but I don't know how we would enforce something like that, especially if it's not visible to the neighbor and then somebody cuts down a tree or a shrubbery or who knows what, and now it's visible. I don't know. But I think we can move forward with some of these others. So I'm going to try a motion, although I'm probably going to miss some of the moving parts. I move to introduce an ordinance titled an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos, amending Chapter 29 zoning regulations of the Town Code regarding SB 9 for modified design review standards and other clarifying revisions, with the modifications that on the exterior material prohibitions instead of going with San Mateo's SB 9 standards, we prohibit vinyl siding and plywood, given that we've seen a compelling argument that exterior foam molding, corrugated metal, and exterior insulation finishing systems can be done well. And I was persuaded with that. And for mechanical equipment screening, modifying the language to the staff's wording. So talk about the screening. Let's see, do I need to read this? We want to be objective. So we'll remove mention of utilities and say require screening from streets instead of adjacent properties and public right-of-way. And to require the side setback for the second story to be 9 feet, regardless of where the first setback is set. And that recommendation also includes the porch serving as the base for the 5-foot setback on the front facade, correct? I believe that was already in there.
I apologize. Can you repeat that last part? I was trying to keep up with some of the other items.
And then the wording from staff had already included the front porch. A porch could serve as the first floor, so the second floor can be set back from the porch, not from where the property starts.
That is correct. That and the mechanical equipment language is already in the draft.
Okay, so the changes would be the side setback where the second story just has to be 9 feet setback regardless of where the first floor is. And the prohibition of materials, we're no longer going to prohibit the foam molding, corrugated metal, or the insulation system, the exterior insulation.
Yes, and another way of saying that is the change to attachment 1 would be to remove items 1 and 2 from the prohibited materials, since we only included those 4 to begin with. But
that's
yes,
even better.
I've got you.
Okay, all right. So that is my really awkward past midnight motion.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
Comments? I will look for a roll call vote.
Can I ask staff to clarify the corrections for the record since this is an introduction with the section numbers and the changes, please?
Certainly. So the motion was to take everything in attachment 1 with modifications to, and this is, Section 2910-630, 2I, prohibited materials, and that's removing subsection 1 and 4, exterior foam molding and exterior insulated finishing system. And then the other item was for that same town code section, and I'll repeat it, 2910-630, subsection 2E, step back, regarding requiring a 9-foot side and rear setback for both the first and second story. Is that correct?
For the second story.
For the second story, my apologies.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Just a comment. I am not that comfortable with the street, but I'm realizing this is only in the context of SB 9 units, and I don't think it will. I don't think it would be. I don't think it would cause that much trouble with that many units. I don't think there will be that many that would have that issue. So I'm okay with supporting the motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye, passes unanimously. We still have to go to council matters and manager matters in a closed session report, and sometimes council matters can take longer than what we did at cutoff time. So can I do it open-ended, that we complete these items without a time stop, or do I have to name a time stop for another motion?
There has to be a motion for when the meeting will end. So you could just pick a really ambitious or a really long ending period, or if you want, the council wanted to, they could continue those items to the next meeting.
I'd like to get it over with tonight, so I'm going to make a motion that we continue this till 12:45, hoping that we will state what we did very quickly. So do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Moore? All right, roll call vote.
Councilmember Rennie?
Mouth moved.
Councilmember Rennie?
I said aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
Aye.
Mayor Badami?
Aye, passes unanimously. All right, so we're going to move to council matters. I'm going to start with Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. A few meetings. The Vice Mayor and I had the Council Policy Committee meeting on the 29th discussing Council Code of Conduct, which will be coming to the Town Council. I attended the Finance Commission meetings on April 29th and May 6th, where they were starting to discuss and going into the budget. I met with Mark Robeson, developer, to discuss his revised plans for the Gatos site. And I had lunch with Peter Norris, the new executive director of the Terraces, and he has a lot of energy and a lot of interest in engaging with the community and kind of bringing community events to the Terraces and bringing the Terraces more into the community. I attended the JCC challah bake, and so I learned how to bake challah, and I would say that there was gratitude all around. That event was put on through a grant received through the town, and there were about 150 participants. It was a great social opportunity and something that had been done before the pandemic that was brought back. I had to go borrow somebody else's oven because I'm remodeling my kitchen, so I brought home my challah and then I had to bake it somewhere else. I attended the Leadership Los Gatos graduation on May 3rd. Really exciting to see the number of community members who are interested in taking the next step in involvement and learning more about the town, potentially taking on leadership positions or just becoming incredible ambassadors to the rest of the community. And yesterday morning, feels like 5 days ago, I was at the launch of the Los Gatos Thrives Monday morning monthly movie, and I think there were approximately 150 people. So out of the 250 seats there, it was a very full auditorium, and much gratitude to our theater operator, the Gunsky family, for accommodating this. It was a nice start to the week.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. I attended a lovely Passover Seder at Congregation Shir Hadash in Los Gatos. I attended the Community Police Academy graduation, which was amazing. What great community leaders we have. I attended the Leadership Los Gatos graduation, also excellent. I had the chance to speak at Relay for Life in Cambrian. I attended the Power of Democracy event with the Santa Clara County Office of Education, attended the Life Moves luncheon. I had the chance to go to a meet and greet with Congressman Adam Schiff and talk to some about Los Gatos. He will likely be our new United States Senator. I had the chance to interact with students at Dave's Elementary School. I attended the grand opening of Los Gatos' new bookstore, Beyond Text, and I hope our Los Gatos staff gets to get some sleep soon.
Councilmember Rennie?
I had a Zoom meeting with Rob Stump to talk about the lodge development, and that's it for me.
Vice Mayor?
I'm just going to comment on two that haven't been. One is the New Moo Art Now event, which had 800 submissions, and I counted about 300 people in our museum, mostly from out of town. It was very exciting. And the other one is the wonderful movie event and that the Thrives Foundation put on, and just was a real boost for our older adults.
Thank you. I attended Spring Into Green and made a presentation to the public on April 21st. On April 24th, I attended a mayor and manager monthly meeting at Breaking Dawn Restaurant in Los Gatos. On April 26th, in celebration of Arbor Day, I participated in the annual planting of a tree at Los Gatos Parent Nursery School. On April 27th, I did a ribbon cutting for Aspire at El Camino Health for the celebration of their newly renovated facility. April 26th, I made a presentation at NUMU for the Art Now program. April 29th, I attended a meeting of the Council Policy Committee. April 29th, later, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission. May 1st, I did a ribbon cutting with the Chamber for a new restaurant called Dar, which is located at 11 College Avenue. On May 2nd, I attended a meeting of West Valley Clean Water Authority. On May 3rd, I made a presentation at Pageant Park to the participants who completed the Los Gatos Leadership Program, class of 2023 through 2024. On May 6th, I also attended the grand opening of the monthly Monday movie premiere by the Los Gatos Thrives Foundation. And on May 6th, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission. With that, I'll go to the town manager.
Just a quick announcement that we are moving forward with the adoption phase of our housing element. Planning Commission will consider it on May 22nd, and it's scheduled for Town Council on June 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Whelan, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, reporting that the town council met in closed session to discuss appointment of an interim town manager, and no action was taken.
Okay, with that, this meeting's adjourned.